Mic check 1 2. Hello T, hello Broken Quest. Welcome in early bird lurkers. I'm a few minutes behind, I apologize. I'm almost ready. Just gotta clean my glasses and turn on the closed captioner. Everything else is set. Gobi. Come here, Gobi. Come lay down. Lay down. Good girl. Gobi has an ear infection and I have to make sure she doesn't scratch, so I'm keeping her right next to me all the time. She's doing good. We'll talk about it in a second here, because we're going to do some chatting before we get into the game. Alright, let's turn the music down. There we go. And let's go over here, shall we? Welcome in, everybody. What a grand and intriguing day today will be. Boundaries will be broken. Expectations will be upended. Both on my side and yours, I imagine. And I hope to build a space where the stans and the haters can coexist. Because all are welcome in this playthrough. At least from the jumping off point. Yeah, Gobi has an ear infection. I think I talked about this a little bit recently. She has a proclivity to have this certain thing happen with her ears because of her breed mix. It's just something that they're more susceptible to, I think. And she's had it before, but she kind of just has it all the time. But it got like really bad recently, like more severe. So I had to take Nima to the vet yesterday for her just routine stuff, vaccine updates and whatnot, and brought Gobi with to get her ears looked at, and they gave us some meds. And the stuff they gave us this time is different than what they gave us like 3 years ago. And it's actually a lot easier to use on her, and seems like it will probably work better too. So twice a day I have to go in and like clean her ears and get all the gunk out, and then put fresh meds in and like massage it in. And then I also have to put like Aquifer on like her like more outer ear parts, because they're all like dry and kind of scabby. And then I just have to watch her like a hawk to make sure she doesn't scratch. But she's doing good. She's happy. She's playful. She just doesn't like when I mess with her ears. She's not sick or anything. Yeah, poor sweet Gobo. And she's very confused, like, because when I call her to like make her come by me, she thinks she's like in trouble. But then it's like, no, you be right by me. And she's like, oh, okay. It's like a mix. It's a mix between like time. It's like timeout mixed with like star treatment. Because everywhere I go, I'm like, come on, Gobi. And then I make her like lay down like right next to me. Even like when I'm eating, which usually I'm like, go away, get out of here. So she's kind of like, well, this isn't so bad. All right. I want to talk about the video game because there's so much to say. But I told myself that I wasn't going to say anything until we watched the intro. And I should have thought more about this. We're definitely going to watch Final Fantasy X-2 trailers from the time period, because that's going to be a big part of my discourse. But I can't decide. We're going to watch it before we start the game. I think that makes the most sense. Let me get that locked and loaded. We're not going to do that yet, but I want to get it ready. But how are y'all all doing today? Kiki, welcome in. Nice to see you. Let me see what I can find here. I want us all to like watch the God, it's gonna be so hard to not find freaking remaster stuff. We're gonna talk about that too. Why am I getting Final Fantasy VII stuff with that search? Let me try adding a year. Here we go. We got this. We got this. Let me just screen these both really quick. One second. Let's see. Okay, this looks good. Your nitrates are really high. Interesting. So you're still balancing the water and getting it prepped for a little guy. Okay. Sorry, one second. Double audio. Okay, that's a good one. Let's see what this looks like. God, these videos are so grainy. It's weird when you go back because you'll see a video from like 2003 on YouTube and you're like, how did we live like this? But it didn't actually look like that. It's because like old files like degrade. So it's creating this kind of like false version of history where people think that video fidelity was way worse than it was. What is this from? Okay, this is narrated by somebody. I don't want that. And then what is this one? You know what you're doing because you've been doing this for years, but cycling never gets any less frustrating. Yeah, I mean, at least you're not really on like a time limit, right? You just it has to get to a certain point and you just play with it and mess with it until it gets to that point. Okay, this is a good one too. We're gonna watch that. Okay, so how many of these are we gonna watch? Looks like we got 4 trailers here. 4 different trailers here. Okay, let me get some caffeine in me as well. Yeah, I had a fish tank when I was a little kid. And I'm pretty sure there was just a beta in there. And like, I didn't know what I was doing. My mom didn't know what she was doing. You know, we probably just like filled it up with water from the sink or the garden hose And, you know, they probably told us, like, take the little bag of fishy water that the fish is in and, like, open it and put it in the water so that the water's, like, mixed together. And that was probably the extent of, like, acclimation back in 1995 or whatever. There were no, like, test strips or meters of any kind. I'm not saying they didn't exist, but, like, we didn't have them. We weren't made aware of them. Killed them with soap. Oh no. What? What did she do? Was it like she washed out the fish tank with soap and water and then, like, put them back in there? Oh god. And the soap residue. Oh man. Feels bad, man. Okay, let me, let's see. I wonder if this will just work. There we go. And all of these are in 4:3. So let me just crop it real quick. I guess what we can do before we start this game is we can talk about Final Fantasy X. Yeah, we know so much more now, too. I feel like that's definitely a part of it. So Final Fantasy X. Let's talk about Final Fantasy X. My first Final Fantasy was 9. I got a PlayStation 2 for Christmas so that I could play Final Fantasy IX, a PlayStation 1 game. I didn't really care so much about the difference. That was what I wanted. The first time I played a PlayStation 2 was when... some of this is going to be revisited from the first video of Tactics, and I apologize for anybody who's heard all this before. But I was a Nintendo kid growing up. I only had Nintendo consoles because that was like the household name. That was what my mom knew. That was what she felt safe buying for me. You know, obviously I wasn't picking things out and buying things for myself when I was a little kid. My mom was buying them. And sometimes I would ask for specific games, but mostly she would just buy me random stuff. So my first system was Super Nintendo with Super Mario All-Stars Plus World. Then I had an N64. And when the PS2 came out, it was just so, like, heavily marketed and pervasive that it was able to penetrate to me, like a 10 or 11-year-old. And I wanted one because it was, like, the new cool thing. But there wasn't really, like, a specific game that I wanted for it. And there was, like, one weekend where my neighborhood friend who lived 2 doors down was going to come over and sleep over. And we went to a game store that was probably a Funko Land, or maybe an EB Games. I mean, depending on the year. I mean, this would have been like 2001. And we couldn't afford to buy the system, but I was trying to sell my mom on it because it's a DVD player. And sorry, that's above the alerts. Let me fix that. There we go. That's better. Thank you for the lovely chat. You are all lovely chat. Hi, Sarah. We're talking about my history with Final Fantasy as it pertains to Final Fantasy X. We're working towards Final Fantasy X right now in the conversation. So because my mom wasn't going to buy me the PlayStation 2 yet, because she felt like we couldn't afford it, and I was still kind of selling her on it. But she wanted to make me happy and, you know, look cool in front of my sleepover friend. We rented the PlayStation 2. We could go to the game store, and you could rent the game console for like $50 or something for like a weekend, and then the rental included a game. And I don't know how we reached this decision. It was probably pretty arbitrary, but I remember my friend and I looking at the games and just like immediately, never been more certain of anything in our lives, gravitating towards Final Fantasy IX. Just like the cover art was just like, yep, that's the one. There it is. And I distinctly remember the guy at the store being like, don't you want to get a PlayStation 2 game to, you know, like experience the new features and graphical prowess of the PlayStation 2 that you're renting? And we were like, no, we want this game. Guy with tail, swords, pretty girl, please give. And we had no idea about anything. Neither of us had a PlayStation, so PlayStation was entirely new to us. He had a sister with a PlayStation, and that was maybe somewhat of an influence. I don't really remember, because I remember his sister played Final Fantasy VII, and we later played. We later, like, I remember being invited into her room, and we watched her play Final Fantasy VII, and she told us how it was cooler than Final Fantasy IX, and that we needed to play it, and that's why that's the second Final Fantasy that we played after 9, was 7. Anyways, we're getting off track here. So we went home, we built a blanket fort in the living room, we set up the PS2, we fired up Final Fantasy IX, completely blew our minds. We had no idea what a memory card was, really, and didn't know that we needed them. So we would watch through the amazing FMVs and experience the amazing controller rumble. We would finally get control of Zidane. We would name him something stupid. We'd play through the first stretch. Then we'd get to Alexandria, and we'd play through the Vivi stretch. We loved finding the little hidden items and stuff. The music was incredible. The graphics were incredible. We'd name Vivi something stupid. And then we'd do the whole, you know, I want to be your canary, play the mini games, everything, so cool. And then we'd make it to Evil Forest with Steiner and Garnet, and then we would die, either in like random encounters or at the boss. And we never made it out of Evil Forest, because as soon as we would die and get a game over, we would literally have to start the entire game over, because we hadn't been able to save the entire time. There's no autosave. You know, you have to have a memory card in order to save the game, and we did not have one. But we didn't care. We were like, okay, cool. What are we gonna name the character? What stupid thing are we gonna name the characters this time? And maybe we can, like, where were those hidden items again? Let's go find them all again. Like, we were having so much fun. We didn't care. And then it wasn't until, like, this was probably in the summer, if I had to wager a guess. And then it wasn't until Christmas that friend and I both got the PlayStation 2. I remember calling him on Christmas morning to tell him I got the PS2. And he was like, me too, me too. Fantastic memories. And then, you know, played Final Fantasy IX, completely fell in love with it. And this is where my timeline gets a little fuzzy, because the cool thing about the PS2 in around 2002 is that you could play all of the Final Fantasy games on it, you know, after a couple years. So like Final Fantasy X was already out, and I was aware of that. And then there was obviously 7 and 8, which already existed on the PS1. But then they started porting over the first 6 Final Fantasies to the PlayStation as well in the coming years. So let's pull up the timeline here. I actually have a command for this, although this isn't going to show me what I want to see. But if you ever want to look at the credits for every Final Fantasy game, I have a spreadsheet for that, because it's interesting to me, like, to look at, okay, what are your favorite Final Fantasies? And then go into here and be like, oh, you really like the battle system of this Final Fantasy? Okay, that means you like this person. And then see if that connects with you know, like, oh, look at this. You like these two Final Fantasies and they have the same art director or battle director or whatever it is. Like, I think that stuff's kind of interesting. And then it can help you like find other games that you like, because it's like, oh, what other games did that person work on, right? Yo, Lee, welcome in. How are you? Yes, FF3 was the one that was not on PS3, or PS1, sorry. And there's a reason for that. The Final Fantasy 1 and 2 ports that we got moved to PlayStation as Final Fantasy Origin, those were based on the WonderSwan color versions of Final Fantasy 1 and 2. So they just kind of took those, fixed them up, translated the script, and that was what Final Fantasy Origins was. But Final Fantasy 3 didn't come out on the WonderSwan. So they didn't have like an easy version of FF3 to like rebuild. They would have had to make a new game. And that was kind of where the process started with like, okay, what are we going to do with 3? And, you know, that was just a few years before. Sorry, we're working on getting the timeline pulled up here. This isn't what I want. Hold on, let me turn this source off because I don't like Googling things on the screen. It's a little nerve-wracking. This might give me what I'm looking for. Okay, hold on. So I got the PS2 a year after it came out. The PS2 came out in 2001. Actually, let's pull that up. It came out in 2000. So I got it in. So PS2 came out in October of 2000 in the US, and then I didn't get it until the following Christmas. So I got it in Christmas 2001, just about to be 2002. That's when I got the PS2. So by the time we get to January of 2002, we already exist in a world where Final Fantasy X has been out for like half of a year, because that came out in July of 2001. But I was still playing Final Fantasy IX. But I was also like, I had also like immediately and helplessly fallen in love with RPGs as a concept, because it was the first like real RPG that I ever played. I had played a little bit of Super Mario RPG that a friend owned and would bring over to our house sometimes, and I had played Pokemon Red, Blue, Gold, and Silver, and Yellow. That was it for RPGs. So I didn't really connect the dots that those were like a similar type of game, because Final Fantasy felt so much bigger and grander. Like I didn't even really connect, like, oh yeah, you're taking turns and you're playing a character. You know, I was too young to connect those dots or really think about it that deeply. Yo, Apocalypse, welcome in. You didn't get a PS2 until 2012. Wow. Bought it cheap at a flea market for 10, 10.2, and 12. Very nice. Very nice. Welcome in. Yeah, we're kind of talking about the PS2, my PS2 timeline here. I'm pushing towards talking about Final Fantasy X to kind of set the stage for 10.2 for this game today. And we're getting there. So let's press on here. So Final Fantasy X came out in 2001. So Final Fantasy X was already out before I got a PS2. So I was aware that it existed, right? There was heavy marketing for it. It wasn't part of why I wanted a PS2. And then by the time I got the PS2, I was obsessed with Final Fantasy IX. That was all I wanted to do. And I don't remember how long it took me to beat Final Fantasy IX. I don't remember exactly what my trajectory was after that, but I do remember that the next Final Fantasy that I played was Final Fantasy VII, and me and my neighbor both got it at the same time and started it at the same time. And we never explicitly said it, but we both knew that we were racing to see who could beat it first. because, you know, we were 12 and very competitive boys. And I distinctly remember going to Walmart and buying a brand new greatest hits copy of Final Fantasy VII for $14.99, which is really wild to think about in the year of our Lord 2025. And rushing home and starting it. And, you know, that game blew my mind. It didn't make me feel any different about 9. 9 was still my favorite, but, like, 7 was it's just totally different, right? And it, like, totally opened my world up, and I was like, yep, this is the thing. It's not just this one video game, Final Fantasy IX, it's this series. You know, I had played 2 of them now, and so I was like, okay, I need to play every game in this series. And I don't remember what the order of operations was, but I got a copy of 8, I got a copy of 10, and then the re-releases of the early ones started coming out on PlayStation, and I was like, this is great. I have this one system that is my Final Fantasy machine, you know? And I got a copy of RPG Maker, and started messing around with that with my friends. Wait, what did Lee say? The PS1 version of FF6 came with a PS2 demo for 10. You had to take the demo to your wealthy friend's house to play it. Wait, this must have been a Europe thing, Lee, because that didn't happen with us. The American version of Final Fantasy Anthology was 5, 6, and then a music CD. And, okay, it was a PAL thing. Which is interesting because the fact that it included a music CD was how I got my dad to buy it for me. Because my dad, my entire childhood was extremely anti-video game. Oh, and your anthology is 4 and 5. Oh, that's so wild. Yeah, it's so messed up, isn't it? But yeah, I remember convincing my dad to buy Anthology for me because it had a music CD, and he thought that was really cool. So I remember he bought it for me at like a Suncoast in the mall or something, because we would go to the mall and walk around, because he loved looking at CDs. He's an audiophile, music file. And of course, I went to find the video games. And I convinced him to buy these 2 video games in one for me because it also had a music CD. And he loved that I was interested in the music. And of course, I just needed to figure out how to get my dad to buy me a video game, right? And I remember going back to his house. I have divorced parents. All of my like game systems and fun stuff was at my mom's house because that's where I like lived. And then I would go to my dad's house like every other weekend until I was 18. And like I had some stuff at my dad's house, but I didn't have any video games. So if I wanted to have video games at my dad's house, I had to like bring them with me, which, you know, sometimes I would do. I'd bring like my Game Boy, or, you know, later when I had like a PSP, I'd bring that. But it was pretty rare for me to like bring a console because I would feel kind of like self-conscious about it. Like I'm kind of like telling my dad that like his house isn't cool, or like I'm telling him that like I'd rather do this than like hang out with him, you know, kind of thing. I was trying to be like a little bit conscientious, even though I just wanted to play video games. And also I knew that he like hated them, so I didn't want to like make him mad with video games. So I'd be a good boy and like play with my Legos or draw instead. And we played outside a lot. We went to a lot of places. Anyways, I remember coming home from the mall trip where he bought me Final Fantasy Anthology, and I was like, oh, I can't play this until I get back home to my mom's house, but I can crack it open and put this CD in my CD player, because of course I had a CD player in my room, because my dad's an audiophile and he wanted me to discover and listen to music. And I was kind of starting to like discover and listen to music around then. I hadn't started playing music yet, but I remember coming back to his house and putting that CD in the CD player and kind of like turning it up a little bit because I wanted him to hear it. I wanted him to think that the Final Fantasy music was cool. And I remember listening to that, and that was really cool. And then also, you could listen to it on the PS2 because it plays CDs, which, by the way, if you've never listened to a CD on your PlayStation 2, it's a vibe. If you have like some analog speakers, even if they're not like amazing, just try it sometime. I have the Chrono Cross soundtrack on CD, and listening to that on PS2 with just like the visualizer, vibe and a half. Vibe and a half. Really nice little time capsule experience. Anyways, we're trying to get to Final Fantasy X. I promise we're gonna get there. Okay, I think these came out in like reverse order. I think Anthology was the first one to come out. Oh yeah. Final Fantasy Anthology came out in 1999. So actually that was out before Final Fantasy IX. That came out like right after Final Fantasy VIII. Oh, what am I drinking? I'm drinking an energy drink. It's like a green tea and fruit juice blend. It's really good. There's no added sugar and there's no like artificial sweeteners either. It's only sweetened by the fruit juice. So this one's a mango flavor. So there's mango juice and mango puree in here. There's orange juice. There's lime juice, green tea, a dash of chili pepper, and some B12. It's very, very good. Yeah, this is a new brand to me as well. It's called Riot. It doesn't taste like an energy drink. Like, I don't drink, like, I try not to drink taurine at all because it makes me feel awful. But every once in a while, I'm feeling naughty and I need a Red Bull or something at like an event. But it makes me feel terrible later or the next day. This is basically just green tea, which makes me feel very nice. It's good stuff. I think, is this local? I think it's local. No, it's from California. It's from California. Venice Beach. Yeah, I don't touch that stuff, Apocalypse. It makes me like I actually used to drink. I drank Celsius for a little while because they're really tasty, and they use a sugar alternative that I don't mind, erythritol. But and I don't know if this is like a Mandela effect, but I swear that when they first came out and I first started drinking them, they didn't have taurine, and then they added taurine later, and so then once I realized that, I stopped drinking them. I've never had a Reign before. I've seen them, and I don't drink C4 either. A lot of them are just way too sweet for me too. Like they're like super syrupy. I'm a bit of a soda jerk. I don't prefer that term, but that's the official term. I call myself the soda sommelier. But if a drink doesn't have real sugar in it, I can like really tell whether it's like a bad tasting artificial sweetener or like high fructose corn syrup. I can't do that. It's like so like sticky and gross in my mouth. So like, yeah, those like C4s are just like a total sugar bomb. Like even like whatever else is in it aside, it's just like way too sweet and like coats my mouth and gives me gut rot. I don't want it. Okay, back to the timeline. So again, I don't remember when I got Anthology and 10 and 7. And 8. Like I was just buying them all up as quickly as I could with, not actually having any money because I'm a child. And I also didn't have an allowance when I was little like that. When did FF Chronicles come out? So I should clarify this for people who might be in other regions of the world. In the US, Final Fantasy Anthology is 5 and 6. That came out in 1999. Final Fantasy Chronicles was Final Fantasy 4 and Chrono Trigger, and that came out also right around the same time as Final Fantasy X, just before actually, June of 2001. So again, that already existed by the time I got a PS2, and then I think Origins is the only one that came later. Let's see. Yeah. Wait, no. Not Stranger of Paradise. Stupid. Final Fantasy Origins, not Final Fantasy Origin. Here we go. 2003. April 2003. So that was the only one that wasn't out yet. So by the time I got a PS2, I could play Final Fantasy 4 through 10 on the same machine. And all I had to do was just buy them. And that's basically what I was doing. That's all I wanted. I don't remember exactly who got me what, but I just remember making it very clear to anyone that would buy me stuff, which is basically just my mom and my dad, mostly my mom, that I wanted Final Fantasy games. And I was very good at like, finding like a picture in a magazine or whatever so that they knew exactly what it looked like and that they wouldn't get the wrong one. I was very good about that. because I was constantly getting the wrong thing from like outer family members. But I did eventually get Final Fantasy Origins. I don't remember what it was, but I remember dabbling in all of them. The only ones that I actually like played all the way through and beat when I was really little was just 9 and 7. I remember playing a little bit of 8 at a lock-in. You guys remember lock-ins? There was like a youth lock-in at my school, and they had a PS2. I brought my copy of 8 and a memory card, and I played it on this big giant TV that they had, and I thought I was really cool. And then I remember I had a friend whose mom was a like emergency nurse and had to work overnights, and he stayed at my house for like our entire Christmas break because that was like her busiest season, and she like couldn't be home enough to like make food for him and like take care of him. So he basically lived with us for like 2.5 weeks, and we played a little bit of like 4, 5, and 6. We would like wake up and like have our breakfast or whatever, and we'd be like, you want to play some 5 or you want to play some 6? And we'd like played like a little bit of each one. And the one we played the most of was actually 5. I don't remember why, if there was a particular reason, but we played a little bit of each of those. And I don't, that might have been late enough to where the 1 and 2 was also out, and I had 1 and 2, and we maybe did that. But I remember dabbling with those. But you know, those PS1 versions of the early Final Fantasies, those were the only ones that I knew for a while. And then what also happened in 2003 was Final Fantasy X-2. And I was still, you know, I'm painting this picture for you guys. I was obviously still very new to the series in 2003, right? I had only had a PS2 for like a year and a half, and had therefore only been a Final Fantasy fan for like a year and a half. But because I was like a tween, early teen, I had been able to consume a lot of it really fast because I didn't have anything else to do. I wasn't even playing music yet, so all of my free time was just video games for the most part. Anything that I could spare. So let's talk about Final Fantasy X. The same friend that I played Final Fantasy V and maybe some of 4 and 6 with, I'm not sure. And I also like, I didn't know what to think of Chrono Trigger either. Like I had Chrono Trigger because Chrono Trigger was on Chronicles, and I remember watching the anime cutscenes and thinking they were super cool. But we never even really like started that game. I don't know what it was. Maybe we were just so blindly brand loyalist to the name Final Fantasy at the time. I don't know. Yo, what's up, Space? Welcome in. Good timing. We're just getting into the meat of it here. Well, I say the meat of the discussion. We haven't even started the game yet, as you can see. But we're about to start talking about Final Fantasy X to set the stage for X-2. My friend that I played 5 and a little bit of, I think, 4 and 6 with, he got Final Fantasy X. And I think he was the one to convince me to start playing it. I don't know if I already had it and I just hadn't played it yet, or exactly what the timeline of events was. But he was really into Final Fantasy X. And there was also Kingdom Hearts at this time. Kingdom Hearts happened in 2002. You know, the first Evanescence album came out. Like, things were happening in that sphere as well. And I remember that same friend bought me the Kingdom Hearts strategy guide for a birthday present because I already had the game. And we were both super into the first Kingdom Hearts game. That was super cool. That was kind of like bolstering our new like Final Fantasy fandom. Yeah, maybe that's why we didn't play it. I don't know, Space. Oh no, the bot's dead. Thanks, Brack. Let me fix that for you. Windows sound incoming. Stoop, welcome in. How you doing? Hello to you as well. Oh, thank you, Space. Yeah, I'm representing my women of Final Fantasy today by wearing my Genova shirt. Don't worry, Brack. We'll get you some Star Wars here. Thank you for the 200 bits. Sorry that my bot sucks. I think I'm gonna need to like bite the bullet and go and like find a new bot that can do everything that my current bot does and convert everything over, because this bot is just like so outdated. Still on your to-do list, you have seeing you say all 3 games is really funny, Apocalypse. I don't know if that's you like giving like a really hot take and pretending like the other Kingdom Hearts games don't exist. I'm not a Kingdom Hearts fan, like from a series standpoint, so that's funny to me. And like, even if you weren't intending to be toxic, like reading that like as like accidentally toxic is really funny. What's the command for this?
I don't care what you smell.
There you go, Brack. Thank you for the 200. You know what? Let me get you another one, because it usually plays 2. We're used to it playing 2 now.
Sir, if you'll not be needing me, I'll close down for a while.
Sure, go ahead.
Sure, go ahead. He just like interrupts him. That's so good though. Like, that's such good world building. Like, you're whatever. You're a droid. You're a toaster. Like, yeah, shut up. I'm having a conversation with Obi-Wan Kenobi right now. I don't know if like it was directed to that level of granularity by George Lucas. He's like, oh, when 3PO tells you he's gonna power down, just kind of blow him off. Or if that just like happened that perfectly. It's so good. No, it's okay, Apocalypse. I was just having fun with what you said as someone who's kind of a Kingdom Hearts hater. I know I said I loved the first game, but I don't like anything else Kingdom Hearts, really. I try not to yuck people's yums because I have a lot of friends on Twitch that do like it. I mostly just hate the people who sincerely think... I shouldn't say I don't hate them. That's the wrong word choice. I really don't like when people insist that Kingdom Hearts is this like super planned out, deep, interwoven work of like deep lore and fiction, because it isn't. And I don't care how empirical it is for me to say that. It's just not that. Like, Kingdom Hearts is just a vibe, and that's it. Thank you, Smash. Well timed. Oh, Apocalypse, you got flagged because you used a Kappa emote. I'm not a fan, but I'm not taking it personally. It's sometimes used very nefariously, but you were using it as it is originally intended. But just so you know why that got flagged. And how dare you say that? Of course, Kingdom Hearts fans are real people. They're just people I don't want to hang out with. No, some of my best friends are Kingdom Hearts people. That sounds so terrible, if you think about it too much. Okay. If your games are thought out, you don't have to release decimal point versions of your game. Just saying. No, don't. How dare you clip me saying that. Welcome in, Smashington. Okay, so... Anyways, we're still trying to get to Final Fantasy X. There's so much to talk about. I did finally play Final Fantasy X. I don't remember where it happened in the pecking order. It was definitely after 9 and 7, but I don't know how long after that it was before I tried it. I had 2 friends that were really into Final Fantasy X. One was the person I told you about, where we also liked Kingdom Hearts, and we played some of the earlier ones together. And then another one was a good friend of mine, that I actually got the strategy guide from. I still have it. I'm not gonna dox him, but his name is written on the cover here. A kid that I went to school with for like 12 years. I have his Final Fantasy X strategy guide. It was one of those things where like he let me borrow it, and then I had it for like 6 years, and then he was just like, no, I did not steal it from him. But anyways, I didn't beat Final Fantasy X as a kid. We got stuck on some boss. I'm pretty sure it was the Chocobo Eater. If it wasn't the Chocobo Eater, it was somewhere like around that section of the game, like in the Calm Lands. And we didn't get past it. Because I think there was like a gimmick to like easily win the fight, and we didn't understand what a gimmick fight was at that age. We just assumed everything was a damage check, where you just had to be really strong. And we didn't really understand how to grind in that game because we didn't really understand the sphere grid either. So who knows? We may have had an empty sphere grid as well. Just whacking everything blindly like idiots. But all that said, even though I didn't beat Final Fantasy X, I thought it was cool. I didn't have issues. I didn't have issues with Final Fantasy X until later. I'm trying to think when I actually completed Final Fantasy X. Why did the music stop? Yes, I'm still watching YouTube. What the heck? Anyways. We've got an ad coming up. Let me open a prediction here. We haven't done one yet for this matchup. Currently we have Link fighting Yoshi. It's 4-0 in favor of Link. So Yoshi is the underdog here. We're going to run an ad in a few minutes, and when we come back from the ad, we are going to watch some Final Fantasy X-2 trailers. So I have a couple of minutes here to finish talking about Final Fantasy X. Oh, thank you for triggering the remaster command, Space. Yes, I'm right there with you. As you can see. So we thought Final Fantasy X was cool. I think my friends got farther in it than I did and may have beaten it. The one that I got the guide from may have beaten it, and that's why he let me borrow the guide, is because he had beaten it and I hadn't. But I don't really remember. That was so long ago. But we thought the game was super cool, and we loved all of the Final Fantasy games. We thought it was so cool that we could play them all on one system. And by this point, it had to be 2003. It wasn't 2004 yet, for sure, though. Because there's a very easy marker that I can remember in my mind of when 2004 was, because January of 2004 is when I got my first guitar. So I can think, like, was I playing guitar yet, or was I not? Yes, there is a prediction open. If you're not seeing it, you probably just need to refresh or go into the channel points menu, and you should see it there. You got about 30 seconds left. 2000 and late. Oh my god, Smash, stop. So that kind of sets the stage for where we were at mentally when promotions for 10-2 started hitting our TVs in between episodes of Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z. All right, we're about to get hit with this ad. The prediction is closed now. So good luck if you're in there. Looks like we got a decent amount of points in there. So we're going to switch over. Yes, I saw Spirits Within in the theater. And I remember being with my friend who we played Final Fantasy IX with together. And we were like, we were trying to relate the movie back to Final Fantasy IX because we had only played that game so far. So we assumed that it had to be like directly connected in some way because we didn't understand the anthology connection of the games, or lack of connection yet. So we were like, is that supposed to be Princess Garnet grown up? the main character, whatever her name is. And I remember my friend's sister, who was the one who told us to play Final Fantasy VII, she was like, you guys are so dumb. All right, anyways, we're going to run some Smash Bros, and when we come back, we're going to watch some 10-2 trailers. Good luck if you're in the prediction. And we'll see you in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. This is going to be fun.
This game's winner is Lee.
Okay, thank you for sitting through the ads if you got hit with them. Link wins again. He's up 5-0. Not looking good for Yoshi so far. One more and Link sweeps the matchup. But there's still a full 11 rounds to play out either way. Let's pay out the points here. Sorry to the Yoshi believers, but thank you for making it interesting. Get our stat sheet updated here. If you're new here, this is what we do during ads just to kill time and give people who are behind the paywall something to watch. We're running every possible matchup in the original Smash Bros. Leash. Quiet. We're running every possible matchup in the original Smash Bros. Until we have made our own internal tier list. You can see the stats in the bottom left of your screen. If your screen's not too small. And we're a little over halfway. This is actually the halfway point right now. This is the 33rd matchup out of 66 possible matchups. So it's going to take us a while to get all the way down the list, and that's kind of the point. But we're going to do a special on-stream event once we get there. All right, let's come back. We've got some important work to do now. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to watch 4 different Final Fantasy X-2 trailers together. And then we're going to boot up the game and we're going to watch the intro together as friends. And then I'm going to have a lot to say before we actually hit new game. So strap in. I haven't pre-watched these enough to know what order I want to watch them in. So we're just going to watch them from left to right in the order of the tabs. Here we go. Sorry for the quality, by the way. Video files degrade over time. So, here we go. Let me turn the CC off. I don't think we need it. We were so confused when we saw this. Like, I cannot stress the confusion enough. Like, obviously, there's no denying that we were early teen boys, and, you know, there was like the boy versus girl mentality. You know, like, oh, this game is a girl game, but it wasn't like, ugh, how dare they make a game for girls. It was just like, oh, that's not for me. You know, like, we had been trained our entire lives to think like, oh, certain things are made for boys and certain things are made for girls. You know, that's how we were programmed in the 90s. You know, you would see commercials in between your cartoons, and it's like, and like 90% of them are toys, or, you know, it's like toys and food, right? The things that kids need. And it was always very obvious whether it was for boys or for girls. And there was no, like, you know, in between, like, or they would make the toy in blue and pink. Like, that was right. Exactly, Brack. Thank you for bringing up pink. So like, we were acting according to the results of our programming, right? We weren't like, oh, girls suck and girls shouldn't play video games. Like, that's not how. I'm sure there are some people that felt that way, but even as like narrow-minded teenagers, we didn't think girls shouldn't play video games. We just thought this game is for girls and therefore it's not for us. We can't play it. Like it wasn't. This is very weird to explain. It wasn't like, oh, like, I want to play this game, but I'm afraid that, like, the other boys will make fun of me because I'm playing a girl game. I'm sure that was a dynamic for some people, but that wasn't the dynamic for us. It was just like, we thought it wasn't for us, and that was okay. But then that kind of, like, that initial feeling kind of like grew into like a greater confusion of like why does this game exist? Again, when I first became aware of Final Fantasy X-2, I didn't know how Final Fantasy X ended, right? So I didn't know that I didn't know that the ending of Final Fantasy X was like extremely final, and there was nowhere left to go from there. So I had every reason to assume that, like, oh, this is a continuation of the story, right? And I also didn't know at the time that, like, I didn't know about all the Squexit stuff with, like, Sakaguchi and, like, who made what. I didn't know any of that stuff yet. I didn't know that there was this, like, changing of the guard happening at the company to go from Squaresoft to Square Enix. I didn't know about the internal drama. I didn't know that there was this, like, precedent set at the beginning that the series would decidedly not have sequels, and that this was, like, this big moment where, like, you know, the company was saying, like, things are going to be different now. Different people are in charge. Like, I didn't have any concept of that back in 2003. So that was not a part of my initial disinterest in this game. That all came much later as I like went online, got into forum communities, specifically a Final Fantasy forum, shout out, and started learning so much more about the like who made what and like why did I like what I liked and why did I not like what I didn't like kind of thing. And you know, and then you start finding the like Sakaguchi versus Nomura conversations of the early 2000s and things like that. But initially I had no concept of that. So it wasn't, I don't like this because there's not supposed to be sequels. I don't like this because Final Fantasy X didn't need a sequel, right? Those are two really common complaints about X-2, but I didn't have those. I didn't hold those beliefs when I first started seeing marketing for this. So that, I think that's important. That's important to note. I do agree with those sentiments now, but I didn't feel them at the time because I hadn't beaten Final Fantasy X, so I couldn't say whether or not there should be a sequel or not. And I didn't know that there weren't supposed to be sequels. You know, I knew that it was the first time that a Final Fantasy had a sequel because I owned all the other ones. But I didn't know that that was such a big deal. You know what I mean? Okay, let's watch this next one. Oh, sorry, there's no volume. Hold on. I feel like I remember seeing this one on TV for sure. Just the song, FMVs. It's also really important to analyze this specific song. Like, I know that this song is like a meme or whatever, but like this song is such an important identity of the marketing of this game. And this song sounds like the Spice Girls. Like, just pretty much unequivocally sounds like a Lost Spice Girls song. I don't think there's any debating that. And like, they were like the girl band at the time, right? It's like a group of women who were a singing group, and then you have this marketing of this group of women, and it's like juxtaposed against the song. Like, yeah, there's like an immediate, exactly, like T is figuring out where I'm going with this. Like, there was like a subliminal message that like helped cement like this is for girls, like Spice Girls is for girls, like this game is for girls, and not girl games shouldn't exist, boo girl game, but just this is not for me. I will not buy this out of protest, but just I will not buy this for the same reason that I wouldn't buy a Barbie or a sparkly pink horse. You know, like I thought it was perfectly fine for those things to exist, but I didn't want them, you know, because the whole like world sphere that I existed in said, oh, that's not for you, you know. And it wasn't like and obviously there were other boys at the time who were probably very confused in a different way, because they were like, everything tells me that this isn't for me, but I still want it. What does that mean? You know, and then there's something different for them to unpack. But for me, it was just like, oh, there's a boundary that's on the other side of the boundary. I'm not interested in it, so I don't have to like reckon with the fact that I'm not supposed to be interested in it. I'm not supposed to be interested in it, and I'm also not interested in it. So it just exists over there, you know. But there was no negativity at the very beginning. That's what I'm trying to establish here. We didn't like immediately have this like visceral rejectionist negativity towards Final Fantasy X-2's existence. We were just confused. Like we were surprised. We were like, whoa, like didn't think we were going to see this, you know, like, and I remember also being confused because we were like, why isn't this just Final Fantasy 11? Like, why are they calling it X-2 and not Final Fantasy 11? We were really confused about that as well, because again, we didn't really understand that none of the games were connected, even though we had played a bunch of them, or that they couldn't be connected. So it was just like, why wouldn't they just call it Final Fantasy 11? Like, it's the next Final Fantasy game or whatever. I remember us having that conversation as well. Let's watch another one. This one's only 30 seconds.
They say good things come in threes.
So again, the song, always the song. Let's see when 11 came out. I don't want to tab over because it's going to...
Final Fantasy X-2, rated T for teen. The adventure returns.
Notice that some of those trailers said Squaresoft and some said Square Enix. This was right at the time. 2003 was the moment. Let's see. When did Final Fantasy 11 come out? Yeah, Final Fantasy 11 was already out. It came out in 2002. So, yeah, again, like, we didn't know a lot. Like, we weren't, like, super plugged in. You know, some of us had gaming magazines. None of us had internet. So there was probably conversations where somebody was like, well, Final Fantasy 11 already exists. But we also didn't really know about Final Fantasy 11 because of, like, the barrier to entry to play Final Fantasy 11. Like, we didn't have internet at home, and nobody had, like, the hard drive for the PS2 that you needed, and, like, the big box version of 11. Like, we had, like, just gotten into the series too. So, like, that wasn't even really on our radar. I'm sure at some point we knew that it existed, and then we understood, okay, sure. But I don't think that we necessarily were, like, even, like, retroactively, I don't think we would have figured out that it came out before 10.2. Because of the marketing, we probably thought that 10.2 came out first. Because I feel like I saw more marketing about 10.2 than I ever did about 11. Especially with Final Fantasy 11 coming out the same year as Kingdom Hearts. Like, you could not escape the Kingdom Hearts commercial. Like, I don't know if y'all remember, but, like, you could not escape the Kingdom Hearts commercial. I must have seen the commercial for Kingdom Hearts like 5,000 times. Like, it was inescapable. You have, like, the like peak Squaresoft marketing money and Disney marketing money. Like, that channel, that commercial was on every channel for like a year and a half. Like, we had it memorized, you know, and it had the song too. Like, it had the iconic song as well. So, like, there's no way we saw it. It almost feels like it's impossible that we would have seen ads for Final Fantasy 11 amongst all the other, like, blockbuster stuff that was coming out around the same time. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm building a narrative here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't even know about Final Fantasy 11 until maybe like 2004 or 5. Maybe we found out about Final Fantasy 11 when they announced 12, and we were like, wait a minute, where was 11? Because again, you know, we didn't have, like, news sources like we do now. Like, the friend whose strategy guide I have, sorry, let me turn the music back on for a second. Silent Prison and all that. The person whose strategy guide I have, he had a subscription to, I think, PlayStation Magazine, where we would have gotten some information. But I don't remember specifically any of my other friends having a gaming magazine subscription. We would, like, randomly buy a random issue of a magazine because we liked the cover, you know, at, like, a Blockbuster or, you know, card store or whatever that we went to. Maybe we'd get lucky enough to, like, get our parents to impulse rack a magazine because it had, like, you know, Pikachu on the cover, or, you know, a Final Fantasy character or something. But we didn't have, like, we didn't consume regular gaming news like that. So, yeah, we didn't really know the timeline of stuff. It's possible that we did know about 11 before 10.2, and we were just idiots, because we definitely were idiots. But it's also possible that we didn't find out 11 existed until after 10.2, even though it came out first. just because of like the marketing pipeline. And I feel like 11 was definitely marketed to a slightly more mature audience than us, because there was that higher barrier to entry. You know, if you were like 16 or 20 and you had like a job and you had your own money, you were probably more likely to be able to have like the internet connection that you needed and be able to buy the, you know, starter bundle or whatever it was with the hard drive. But we were like 13, and like I didn't even have, like, we didn't even have dial-up at home to be able to like use email or anything yet. We didn't like we still had a 486 as our home computer with Windows 3.1 on it, and I was playing like, so if I fired up my computer, I was like playing my old Humongous games from when I was like 5 years old, which I still non-ironically loved at that time, but you know, I was 13, so I wasn't doing that very often. So yeah, it's interesting to think about all of that. Okay, we have one more trailer to watch, and then I promise we're gonna load into the video game. Let's watch this last one here. Another 30-second one. Oh wait, you can't see it. Sorry, hold on. This is a different song. This is very interesting.
When the world around you is not what it seems, the only thing you can count on is your
Now this is another
Final Fantasy
really
X-2,
interesting.
rated T for teens.
This is another really interesting trailer because they and we saw this in another one. I think it was this one. I don't know. It doesn't matter. In another one of the trailers, and maybe even all of them, we see a lot of Tidus, or as we called him in 2003, Titus. Yeah, that one did feel a little less girl-coded. And I'm glad you brought that up, Lee, because I feel like that's what they were going for, right? The inclusion of Titus, I'll call him Titus for now, what was very confusing in retrospect. Like once you have finished Final Fantasy X, that becomes very confusing, in my opinion. Or it, not necessarily confusing, but it sets a certain precedent for what 10-2 is going to be, and then the confusion happens when you actually play the game. In my opinion. So we're going to get into all that as we get farther and actually start playing the game. So where was I going with that? Where was I going with that? I wish I had better memory of all this stuff, obviously, because I know I hadn't finished. I know I hadn't finished Final Fantasy X yet, but it's possible that my friends had, and I may have had some knowledge of how the game ended. I don't know. Like, obviously, I wasn't like, we didn't know what spoilers were back then. We probably would have been excited for somebody to tell us how the game ended before we got to see it ourselves. I don't know. So it's possible that I may have had some knowledge of how Final Fantasy X ended beforehand. I feel like I can confidently say I did know how it ended before I actually got to the end myself, but I just don't know if I knew that in 2003. I'm guessing I probably didn't, but I don't remember. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say about that for now. Yeah, there was a big internet disparity back then. I don't come from like an extremely poor family, but you know, I was pretty low to low middle income, especially at the time. Like, you know, I was in a single parent household, and my mom didn't make a ton of money. And even though I was, you know, an only child, I didn't don't get me wrong, I had a great childhood. I got tons of toys and all kinds of stuff like that. But like as we were transitioning out of like elementary school and middle school years into the teen years, the like late middle school and high school years, my mom was making significantly less money. When I was younger, she was an accountant and she was making like really, really good money. And I had lavish, too many toys, clothes, all that kind of stuff. And then she got out of that world and into a much less lucrative career for the remainder of the time that she worked and I lived with her. And we had a lot less money. And then her mom, my grandma, moved in with us because her husband died, her second husband. So he was like my, you know, honorific grandfather, not my biological grandfather. So her husband passed away, and then my mom was making less money, so she moved in with us to like, because it was like a co-mutual thing. Like she had less money, my mom had less money, but like my grandma's money went towards necessary things like bills and food and, you know, cohabitation type stuff, not buying Austin video games. That was still all coming from my mom's money. So I had a lot less throughout the high school years, and we did not have, like, internet was not a high priority. It was seen as entirely a luxury thing, right? And it wasn't a luxury that my mom was interested in, and she was also very cagey about me having internet access. Like, she was very restrictive about what movies I watched, what kind of games I played. I was not allowed to play any game that was rated M. Didn't matter what it was. You know, so she was like, and like, you know, she was like discovering religion at that time, and I was getting kind of entrenched into that as well. So like there was a lot of like protective type impulses. So in addition to it being strictly seen as a luxury good and a high level frivolous expense, there was also like a danger associated with the internet, but both a warranted and unwarranted amount of danger, to be clear. But so she was just like, no, we're not gonna get the internet. Like, we don't have the computer for it. We'd have to upgrade our computer. It's super expensive. I don't want you on there. There was so much that went into it, right? Because she was like, you know, she worked late, so I was like at home alone a lot. She did not want me on the internet. So we didn't have internet until I think like 2005. I know we had it for a little bit in like 2003 or 4, but it wasn't like a regular thing. And again, we're talking about dial-up. So it's like, you can't just like hop on the computer and look something up really quick. Like, you have to log in, which takes like minutes, and it sounds the way that dial-up sounded, and it ties up the phone line, which was a really big deal at the time. Like, my mom got a lot of phone calls at home, and this was before she had like a work cell phone. So a lot of people would have to call the house, and the phone couldn't be tied up. And plus, like, you know, my friends and her friends and our family would call the house as well. Like, the phone was ringing all the time in the evenings. And, you know, we had a caller ID after, you know, for the most of the time. But anyways, we didn't want the phone tied up. So we had dial-up until I think 2008. And then we like leapfrogged into the future and got like fiber optic, like newfangled internet, because it was like new in our neighborhood, and it was like packaged with our cable or whatever. And it was like the Wild West. Like, I finally felt like I had arrived. And that was when I was like, okay, now I can like be on the forums and learn about Final Fantasy and like, you know, understand 2 and 4 and 3 and 6 and like those kind of things. But I didn't have any of that until probably, well, I guess I joined the forum in 2006. So we must have gotten good, decent internet before then. I don't think we were still using dial-up, and I don't think I still would have been using dial-up in 2006. But we did go from dial-up to fiber. So maybe it was in 2006 and not 2008. Yeah, we never had DSL. We never had any like early broadband stuff, satellite. We just went from dial-up to fiber. That's how behind the times we were. Jim's Pokemon site website. Okay, so I think we've laid some very important groundwork. Now, there's a lot more that I want to say about 10.2 before we start, but I think it's very important that we ceremonially watch the title crawl to this game first. Yes, I was on FinalFantasyForum.com space. Shout out to that SEO, I guess. I joined that forum I'm pretty sure I joined in 2006 and made some good friends there. I'm still connected with some of those people. I haven't talked to them in a while, but I'm still connected with them. And I was on that forum for probably like 5 or 6 years, and it was quite the saga. It like changed ownership hands, and the new owner was like not a gamer and was just trying to like make money off the website, and we had like a coup, and he was forced to make me an admin of the website because people didn't trust him. And then there were times where we like went to like a homemade forum that was like the replacement forum. There was a lot of like drama. But yeah, I think, because I remember by my first year of college, which was 2008, we weren't really using it anymore. We were using this chat client where it was like an instant messenger type thing, and we were just like all in a room together, and we'd go on like voice chat and stuff like that. And I don't think we ever went back to the forum after that. So it feels like a long time, but it was probably only like 3 or 4 years. But it was an electric 3 or 4 years. But yeah, I just started out as like a little guy on the forum, and then they made me a moderator. And then when it changed hands and everybody didn't like the new guy, they made him make me an admin. Which was wild because I was like 17. I remember when I applied to work at GameStop, I put my writing credits from that forum on my resume. Because I wrote like guides and reviews for the forum website. How awesome is that? Okay, here we go. Let's watch this intro together as a family. I'm going to try not to say anything until it's over, and then we're going to talk about it. We're going to let it roll. He did like that. My interviewer did like that. He was like, "You wrote for FinalFantasyForum.com?" He kind of like pretended like he knew what it was because he assumed it was a big deal or something. But it wasn't. Yoshinori Kitase. Kitase is responsible for a lot of the stuff that Nomura gets blamed for. Him and Nojima. Kitase is the guy behind 7 Remake, I'm pretty sure. Well, him and Nojima. I think Kitase is like the idea guy, and then Nojima is like the actual scenario writer. And Nojima is Kingdom Hearts, by the way. I am not a fan of Nojima's story writing. Also, I noticed that one of the primary composers for this game is Noriko Matsueda, which I did not realize, and that's amazing. Noriko Matsueda is a woman and wrote one song for the Chrono Trigger soundtrack, and it's the one that my band covers. It's the boss theme. The only song on the soundtrack not written by Mitsuda or Uematsu. Shout out to Noriko Matsueda. This is a very somber and emotional intro. I was not expecting this. I've never seen this before. Can you lift more than 50 pounds? Available on weekends? Yeah, exactly. I recognize this song. For sure. But I've never seen this crawl. I guess now would be a good time for me to set some boundaries about how this playthrough is going to go. So similar to when we played Tactics, I'm going to be taking notes. However, the notes are not going to really be that similar. I plan to do a lot of writing while voiced dialogue is happening, because I'm not going to have to read all the dialogue in this game like I did on Tactics. So that'll help a lot. Okay, is there music on this screen? It might go into like a sizzle reel or something. Okay, cool. We're just going to sit here for a second. If it goes to a sizzle reel, I'll shut up and we'll watch it. Boundaries. I'm going to write during voiced dialogue a lot of the times. I'm going to write down like my thoughts, character development stuff. I'll go over it with the chat when there's time. I'm hoping there's going to be a way to pause cutscenes without skipping. I'm nervous to figure that out. I'm sure you can in the remaster, but we're not going to play that. Also, on the topic of like backseating type stuff, just assume the same as with any other playthrough. I know. Okay, we're getting a sizzle reel. I think it's just going to be the same thing. I know quite a bit about this game, just from like over the years of exposure. But still, just assume that I don't know anything, please. So if something like really funny and exciting or controversial or whatever is coming up, like please don't allude to it before it happens. Even if it seems like I know what it is, like please just try to wait until things happen to talk about them. It's totally cool to talk about things that happen after they happen. Just please don't talk about them before they happen. And I guess preferably also not while they're happening. I don't know. It depends on what happens. Use your best judgment. What else was I going to say? I feel like I'm forgetting something. Yeah, don't ask, have you gotten to XYZ yet? Exactly. Yeah, because if you're asking a question like that, you should be more familiar with the game than I am, and therefore you should know the answer to that. Okay, let's see. I am totally okay with discussing Final Fantasy X content during this stream. Usually I would say don't talk about spoilers for another game during different game, but I just have to assume that if somebody is in here watching this game, they either have already played Final Fantasy X and know all the spoilers, or for some reason they don't care. So talking about anything and everything from Final Fantasy X is totally cool during these streams. So if somebody comes in here and they don't know stuff about Final Fantasy X, I can't protect them, is the bottom line. So you gotta protect yourself when it comes to spoilers. So I'm setting the boundaries for me. Set whatever boundaries you need to set for you. What else did I want to say? I feel like there's something else I was forgetting. Well, maybe I'll think of it after we watch the intro. I'm going to write notes during voice dialogue. Really, bot? My God, this is crazy, man. How does it die so fast? I don't understand that. That's so disappointing. I'm resetting it now. Sorry for the window sounds. It's so anticlimactic. Stop right there.
This is $180.
It is our most modestly priced receptacle.
Thank you, Brack, for the 100 bits. Okay, I think we're ready to start this thing. Now that we're 2 hours into the stream. Oh, that sound. I love that sound so much. I gotta say, Final Fantasy X has some of the best menu weeps of the whole series. A lot of them are borrowed from 9, and that's part of the reason why I'm super partial to them. So I'm excited to hear all those. And if people come in, like, talking about the remaster, the bot should take care of that, as long as it's not dead. But feel free to let people know why we're not playing the remaster. Here we go. Big moment. Yeah, it did respond earlier. Alright, starting with Blitzball. Just like 10. Hype.
In position. It's showtime, girls.
Let's go, girls. Stock sound. Oh god. That's some 2003 guitar tone for sure. Oh yeah, let me turn up the volume. That title card. What's up, Benry? Welcome in. God, those title cards look like they came out of an Austin Powers movie. I can't hear you. What is that statue thing? She's just kicking this guy's ass in the stands and everyone's just like cheering on. Yeah! Get her, girl! Beat up that man! Look at that drummer guy down there. He's crazy. Like, I'm sorry, but like no matter how hard they tried, I don't think any straight boy could have made it that far. Like, we were just like, I'm out. Like, this isn't for me. Am I high? And again, I can't stress enough, like,
Hey, give it back already.
that's okay.
Boys. Want in on this number?
This is also like a really big point of contention right here too. And I kind of want to wait till the game gets to it to really get to it. So we're right in a battle here. Yo, shout out to the goons. I guess the game is kind of getting to it right away. What is swordplay? Oh, I see. It's like a... Take out the goons first. Yo, Dragonfly, welcome in. How's it going? Adrian also, hello. Nice to see ya. Yeah, this is a first playthrough Dragonfly, so I'm experiencing this literally for the first time. I have never played this game. It's not like I played it a little bit and, like, you know, didn't get anywhere with it. Like, I've literally never played this game. I know quite a bit about it, but I've never played it. And I've, like, kind of avoided this game and pretended that it didn't exist for many, many years. So there's going to be a lot to unpack as we go through. This game symbolizes a lot of, like, negativity surrounding the series that I have from this point forward.
This is... you don't understand.
Me watching the 10-2 trailer for the first time, Sarah. Literally. All aboard the pain train. How's it going, Hoink? Okay, let's pause for a second. So, I want to get into something immediately because I feel like the game has given enough of a semblance for me to talk about it now. So, this is another thing that is just, in retrospect, such a wild choice to me, because everybody that saw the trailer for this game back in the day, for the marketing, was like, okay, yeah, I remember Yuna from Final Fantasy X, the quiet, demure doormat who went on a pilgrimage to be a martyr, and, like, had very little personality, was very quiet, and like yeah, I remember her. And then you see this trailer where she's, like, dancing around and singing, and she's scantily clad, and she's like a pop star. And we were just like, who is that? Wait a second. Like, and then also, like, didn't Yuna die? Hold on, what's going on here, right? And then, of course, the stands come out of the woodwork, and they're like, well, actually, that's not Yuna. That's not even her. That's someone else. But, like, they clearly wanted you to think that it was, right? Like, that's, like, the twist or whatever. But, like, what a crazy decision to make in the marketing. To make everyone, like, oh, let's have a character that looks exactly like Yuna and have everyone think that it's Yuna. Like, it's completely absurd to me for anyone to insist that obviously that's not named, or obviously that's not Yuna, right? Like, how could you mistake that for Yuna, right? But it's so strange because it like takes this entire, like, in my opinion, a pretty well realized and deep character from Final Fantasy X, like a very symbolic character, right? And then just kind of, like, throws it in the trash. And and again, this is just my opinion. And this is like how I feel about the game now. This is not like how I felt about the game at the time, because obviously at the time we're like, yeah, that's supposed to be Yuna. I get it. You know, Riku's there. We remember Riku. But yes, exactly, Lee. And like, again, we're talking about looking at this game from a modern lens. Like, if there's any, like, I would argue that there aren't any Final Fantasy games that need a sequel. Like, they all have very definitive endings. Like, maybe they're confusing, but they're not like, you know, they're not cliffhangers to set up a next entry. And Final Fantasy X is no exception. Like, it is an incredibly final, like, desolate ending to a video game. And it's very powerful. It's a very powerful ending. It's very sobering. It's very morose. It's very, like, humanistic, right? There's these themes of, like, selflessness and sacrifice and, like, thinking of the greater good and thinking of people other than yourself. It's really cool. And then, like, it just feels like this game says, like, none of that mattered. These characters are popular. We're just going to stick them in another game. Don't worry about it. And just, like, this started the, like, hand wave era of storytelling in video games, and specifically Final Fantasy, that I super don't like. I don't like hand waving in storytelling.
Sorry, I have to say no.
Like, you know, hand waving a world building detail here and there or whatever, that's fine. But, like, the whole premise of the game being a hand wave? No, man, you can't do that. Yeah, there's nowhere for the story at the end of 10 to go. And if there was somewhere for it to go, it wouldn't involve any of these characters. And it sure as hell wouldn't go here. It sure as hell wouldn't go to a concert. Like, that's pretty much all you got to see in the marketing for this game.
I don't believe you.
Exactly. All you got to see in the marketing for this game was pretty much what we just saw. Was just that opening with the pop star moment and some fighting. Like, that was all we got to see. That was all we got to know about this game before it happened. And it was just like, what is going on here? Like, how did we get here? You know, and you feel like you're losing your mind almost. Like, did I forget about, like, hold on, I got to go back and play 10, or I got to look up that ending on YouTube. Was I missing something here? You know, and that pretty much, like, is the mental state that I was trying to rationalize this game from, and it wasn't happening. Let's see what it. Okay, I responded to Lee. Let me catch up a little bit here at the end of my rant. Hi B, how are you? The only Final Fantasy that has more. Well, actually, no, Dragonfly. This game only has one sequel. 13 has 2 sequels. And 7 is a little more complicated. It's not really sequels, but yeah, it's got the whole compilation thing and then now the remakes. And I don't like any of that stuff either. This was supposed to be 2 games, one about Riku and one about Yuna. That's so wild. And yeah, I know that this is like the tech demo for 13's battle system, which I love and I'm super excited about getting into the weeds with on this game. That's going to be fun. I'm not worried about this game mechanically. I know, like, I have heard from enough people that mechanically this game is a triumph, so I'm excited about that. Oh, welcome in, Sarah. I didn't realize. I'm glad you can chat now. Oh, what's up, Draconics? How are you? Yeah, exactly. Part of the enjoyment is to not rationalize it at all. But I've tried to build a picture over the course of these first 2 hours that I wasn't set up to not rationalize this game. Like, I was very much coming from a, like, and like even as a little kid, it was like, okay, to me these games are serious and I want to take them seriously. You know, like there's levity in them, but like the premise is always like a very grounded, like save the world kind of premise. And I had never really like, I had never played a game that was, it's hard to describe. Like, obviously I had played games that were silly and irreverent, you know, like 3D platformers are very silly, and like the only other RPGs I'd played still were probably Pokemon games and maybe a couple of Dragon Quests, but I don't think I'd played any Dragon Quests yet. So like I was very much coming from a place of like I take games seriously / I want to take games seriously. You know, like I was playing Zelda games. I took those games really seriously. I thought those games were really like serious. So like, and even like the first Kingdom Hearts, like I took it pretty seriously, which is funny to think about in retrospect. But you know, I'm 12 and this is deep kind of stuff. But like when this was presented to us in marketing, it was just like, oh, this isn't serious, you know. And that was part of the confusion. It was like, wait, why is it not serious? You know, we felt like there was this precedent set that Final Fantasy was really serious, and not that it like couldn't have levity, but like the premise just seemed so far removed from any prior precedent. And again, to go back to the marketing, like the marketing was just Yuna's a pop star. Like there was nothing else we could intuit from the game. The commercial was literally just, here's the song, here's the girlies, we're singing, we're having a good time. Like there's a sword, there's a gun, there's a kick. But like we couldn't get anything else from it. The KH1 is wild that I considered it serious, but from the eyes of yeah, exactly. Like we were 12. Like I wouldn't necessarily think of Kingdom Hearts as a serious game now, but I still think that it's more serious than this game. Like if you really wanted to, and there are definitely these people, if you really wanted to take Kingdom Hearts completely seriously and sincerely, like you can. Those people exist. I don't agree with them, but they do it. Okay, here comes Sarah with the FF5 take. I'm ready for this one. FF5 is still a serious game, from the same lens that the other Final Fantasy games are serious. Like, yes, it's goofy, yes, it's silly, but the premise is still like, the world is being destroyed and you have to save it. And again, that might be the premise of this game too, but we didn't get it from the marketing. So we were like doomed by the girl game marketing. Okay, let's play. More goons, shout out. It took me a second to realize that the green gauge was the ATB. Goon. Why can't I move? Oh, I have to enable analog on my controller. Where are we now? We're somewhere near a blitzball stadium. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, hold on, be right back.
This game's winner is Lee.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Link takes it again, so 6-0. Yikes. Not looking good for Yoshi. Still 5 more rounds to go. Let's come back over here. Okay, back to the Funk Zone. Femgoon is actually crazy. Can't wait to see that on my screen. Yeah, we'll see what happens, Lee. I'm open to anything. If I end up loving this game, I'm gonna allow that to happen. I'm sure I'll find my way to, you know, like I do have a goal of finding things that I like about this game, even if it's just like the mechanics and nothing else. You know, whatever it ends up being. But even the things that I don't like, which will likely be the story or the storytelling style, I'm still gonna have fun with it, you know, and lampoon them or whatever it may be. The absurdity of it all. This song is a little short. Oh, do we have Femgoons? She-goon! Oh no, that's even worse! She-goon! It's like She Gone, and then also like, She what? Oh, that's incredible. They weren't supposed to know that. Oh god, they're everywhere. Do I get a back attack? There's also like a little boy inside of me that's like, oh my god, I'm playing a new Final Fantasy game that I've never played before, and I'm trying to keep him from getting too excited. I hardly know her. That outfit is nuts, by the way. Her hat is like 10% of the clothing she's wearing. Also, Terra Strong. I'm here for Terra. Learn Sentinel. What does that mean? Well, that's on my command list. I love the way that Final Fantasy will create a character that is like so unnecessarily cool. I guess just video games in general. What the heck is this? Led Yuna to become a sphere hunter. Okay. I have no accessories. Sphere changes, no idea what that is. So there's an active and wait mode. We'll leave that all as it is for now. Help window, sure. Oh, we want vibration on. Subtitles for sure. Oh, we need sound on mono, because I'm streaming in mono. Alright. So we're in Luca, apparently. I'm not super up on my FF10 geography. Is that a Moogle? Is that a Moogle? Brax, stop. Oh yeah, I gotta try out this new ability. What is this? Oh, and I can steal. I should be stealing. Let me steal from the Shigun. What could I possibly steal from her? She doesn't have pockets. A budget grenade? I don't want to know where she was keeping that. So does Sentinel... Maybe Sentinel is like Sentinel in FF13. She don't need pockets. We need to make "We Did That" the official emote of this playthrough. Everyone has the "We Did That" emote. That is totally a Moogle suit. Yeah, we need some "We Did That's" all the time in chat. It's a global emote. We're gonna rebrand. We're gonna rebrand to Backlog Girlies. So Payne's ATB got longer. When did that happen? That's just when I used Sentinel. Now it's back down. Interesting. Wait, it's okay. What is happening? Her ATB got like a little bit longer. Oh, I can steal money now. No, not Backlog Goons. What? What? What is this? There's a man in there. Is that healing me? What are you doing? That me. Yeah, that's T in her Moogle suit when she drinks one too many Celsius. I thought I could do farm work in a Moogle suit. I didn't know. What is Flim Flam? The name of this ability category is Flim Flam? I know we're supposed to be in Southeast Asia, but like the aversion to clothing is just wild. It's for doing snare rolls, yeah. How is it Brack making that joke and not Gad? It means swindle? Really? I thought Flim Flam was just like a word like hullabaloo or gobbledygook that just meant like stuff. Alright, well, see you later, Moogle person. I guess that's there so you can just like grind. Imagine, showing, like, someone challenging you to a fight, and they're wearing, like, almost no clothing, and they do a standing double front flip before they go into their fighting stance in front of you. Like, you're not winning that fight. Okay, how do I look at these abilities? Maybe I just can't yet. But I'm learning stuff. We can already grind to max level. Hi, Pain, person who was just with me.
You're too slow, little girl.
What?
Show's over!
Whoa, that Jack and Daxter face. Alright, the serious outfit count is currently at 0. We'll see if that ever goes up to a non-zero number. So many bullets. Man, Alan Rickman in a Final Fantasy would have been such a bucket list. Look at that! What is happening? Yeah, a little big YRP moment, actually. Good question, too, by the way. Why RP? What is this song? Logos and Ormi. What is Trigger Happy? Oh, I have to press something. Okay. Let's try that again. Oh, I see. You just kind of mash it. Maybe there's a timing to it, but... Why he spin? It's doing 0 damage, so maybe I'm supposed to do something specific there. Just do a regular attack. This song is going to so many places at a very rapid clip. Okay, I need a potion. It's like Wii Sports, and then Snowboard Kids, and then like Mario 3. Heat grenade. Try a power break here. He took so long to disappear. That was awesome. I wish I could... I don't like that I can't see my max HP. Oh, you're hearing the music through my mic? Yeah, I can probably turn my speakers down a little bit. Here we go.
Persistent, aren't you?
Why did they do this?
My grid. You give us back Uni's garment grid right now.
Didn't you girls ever learn to share?
Give it back.
Very well, it's yours. But it won't be yours for long, loves.
This is why Shigun. Valid. Press L1 to access the garment grid and change dress spheres. Okay. LeBlanc. Yeah, Yuna has heterochromia.
Don't hold out on me. What do you think I'm after?
This is goodbye.
What are you charging up? Where do I see the... Oh, there it is. Okay. So everybody has the same grids right now, I guess? But you can't go more than one away. Interesting.
This is goodbye.
Okay, let's power break you. Yuna needs a potion. Oh, now she looks like kind of like her first outfit in 10, Albed. Albedzi.
Hey, eyes on me.
Shout out. What is this camera angle, though? This is a weird camera angle. Okay, Yuna, you can use a potion on yourself. Okay, I can see the max HP when I'm using the potion. That's something. I can't get Yuna out of this outfit for some reason.
Hey, eyes on me.
Oh, I see. So she's kind of doing like a... like an aggro draw type deal. That makes sense.
This is for follow.
Yeah, so you're like forced to put her into this one and then you can't take her out. Alright, can you heal this lady? I'm out of MP.
It was nice knowing you.
Okay. Let me turn my speakers down a little bit.
Riku.
Uh. Yuna. There she is! The Yuna that we remember from Final Fantasy X, the goofy dancing girl. Who died? Mission complete!
My body just started dancing by itself. I didn't know what was going on. I was...
Well, no, the joke is that when she dies, or when she dances, people are dead. But yeah, yeah, that's where I was going with that. When will Yuna stop dancing?
Sure looked like you were enjoying yourself.
I just can't get over
It felt like some of the
the choice of having, like,
took over.
someone who looks exactly like Yuna,
Use their garment grid. The emotions of the
making
person
everyone
are
think,
sheer past
oh, here's Bobby Hill,
Isn't that
that Yuna is
I can't really say.
someone that she's not,
But it's your invention.
but, like, she still kind of
Just a kid.
is. Why did they do that?
Dance, Yuna. I want to see.
It'll cost you.
One moment.
She's kidding.
What? No dance? Looks sick to me. Garments. Doing kudito.
Oh yes, Albed. If you have a complete Albed primer from an FF10 save file, can you use that in this game? On your memory card? Or do you just have to get it again in this game?
This is Pain. I look up to her as a sphere hunter.
Oh my god, this narrator
Also as a friend.
moment.
I still don't know her very well. She's not exactly the talkative type.
Her hair is on point though.
The gull wings shortly before I did. Riku doesn't know much about her either.
What now?
Nothing.
She spooky. Yeah, she moody broody. Save sphere tutorial. Fully restore HP and peak your status. Save. Board airship. Alright, yeah, let's do a save here. We have just enough room for one save file in this game. On this memory card, so... that's how we're going to roll in this playthrough. It's going to be the exact opposite of tactics. I know there's a lot of missable stuff in this game. I don't care. I want to get what I get. I know everything.
He's a real whiz kid.
Shinra's Guide to Everything. Okay, sure. Tutorial time. Yeah, I agree, SNES. I mean, I kind of have that mentality for just about any game. Like, I'm not really the type of person to go for 100% unless the game has the tools built in. Like, that's why I didn't do it for Tactics, even though I adored Tactics. But it didn't... Like, if it would have had, like, oh, here's the list of possible propos and when they're gonna be available, and, you know, like, if they would have gone out of their way to really, like, modernize that system like it was in Advance, I would have done them all. But I couldn't be bothered. Iron Giant. Okay, active versus wait mode. Got it. Yep, I know this stuff. Oh, okay, you can press triangle to switch party members. Okay, that's good. That's going to be very useful. Something that helps your perspective of this game is that 10 was from Tidus's eyes. We only knew Yuna from his eyes. This story is from Yuna's eyes. Getting to know the real her as she is freed from her religious shackles. Yeah, that's an interesting framing. I guess it remains to be seen if I'll subscribe to that or not. Obviously. I think it's too early for me to say. But the whiplash is definitely still there for me. So it'll be a tall order to reduce that whiplash, but we'll see what happens. I'm not gonna, like, I'm a self-proclaimed curmudgeon, but I'm not gonna try to yeah, I'm not gonna try to be completely malleable and immovable from my positions. Like, that's kind of the whole point of this, is to see what of that can be deconstructed. But it's gonna be tough. Okay, sphere changes. Change outfits during battle. Isn't just for looks. Change the attributes, max HP and max MP, and abilities. Dress spheres and garment grids. I see. Yup. Okay. Variety of abilities. Dress spheres placed on it. Shared among the gull wings. You can use all the same dress sphere at once. But do they have the same garment grid? Grids nodes. Some garment grids have gates. Special properties. Passing through these gates during sphere changes grants the... Oh, interesting. Okay, so where you place them not only determines which ones you can get to quickly versus have to cross, but also the lines can mean something as well, not just the spheres. So they can all use the same grid at once, but do they have to? We'll find out very shortly. The battle system. Help window. Okay. I'm actually surprised there's not a TM on it, SNES. 2 types of information changes color accordingly. When the gauge is purple, the weight remaining before she can execute the last command received. Okay, so it's like the ATB for whatever ability you're currently using. And then green is when you get your turn, when you get to pick a command. Okay. Yep. Okay. Pretty self-explanatory. Okay. So she can only change to the adjacent ones. Yep, okay. Very interesting mechanic. Passing through gates like whatever that is. Oh, I see, down in the bottom right. Ah, okay, so there's certain buffs. Okay. For the duration of the battle. So it's not just while you're in that sphere. Okay. That seems pretty fun. So you might change to a dress sphere that you weren't necessarily wanting to change to get a certain buff and then switch away. Or you might just run around the whole grid to get all the bonuses and then switch to the one that you want. Chain attack. One successful attack is immediately followed by another. As long as the attacks are consecutive and both hit, they will be chained together. Okay. Damage increases. Time your attacks well to keep the chain from breaking. What does that mean? There might be some kind of mechanic where, like, how do I describe this? Where, like, the positioning of the enemies matters. So, like, if you try, like, you click attack as the enemy is, like, lunging at one of your characters, you might be, like, more likely to miss them or something like that. And you might want to, like, wait to hit attack until they're, like, back at their static position or something. Could be some stuff like that going on. Yes, I know how spells work. Okay, there is elemental affinity in this game. Oh, we have a scan. Gun Mage uses scan. Okay, we're going to be obsessed with that. Weak half immune absorb. Okay, very straightforward. Love that. Status ailments. Can't be worse than tactics. Poison, darkness, silence, sleep. Okay. Will recover when physically attacked. Can it be restored with an item? Or do I have to whack myself? Petrification, Confusion, Berserk. Pointless. Cannot receive EXP or AP. Interesting. Curse cannot sphere change. Okay, that's an important one. Itchy. All commands except sphere change are disabled. That's a very funny name for that. Recovered by using holy water. Or sphere changing. So holy water is a really good item. It cures 3 different status effects. That's pretty nice. And then confusion is also cured by being bonked. That's good to know. That's not always the case. Poison, darkness, silence, petrification, and pointless persists after a battle ends. So I'm assuming the rest don't. All status removed with remedy or Asuna. Great. As it should be. Not in tactics, though. Whoa, look at this. Status elements and changes to the party's attributes are indicated by the icons shown here. Look how many there are. Holy moly. That is a lot. I'm just going to take a screenshot of this because I like it. I like this screen. Okay, so I need to take a break here. We're going to run another ad to get back on the hour. I need to feed the little guy and have a little snack myself. We're in a period where I'm going to try to transition away from out to lunch. So we're not going to switch over to Fortune Street for like 30 minutes because it doesn't really take that long anymore. But this is a bit of an experiment, so bear with me. The plan is during the break, I get him set up and in feeding position, and then have a little snack, and then I will continue playing the game after the break while he eats, and then if he needs help, obviously I'll have to help him, or when he's done, I'll need a couple more minutes to get him all set with what he needs after he's done. And then we'll go back to the game. But it won't be a full-blown break, and I'm not going to be eating like a full meal. But I haven't gotten this all figured out yet. But this is going to be like the new format for a little bit. 3-minute ad coming at you right now. And more 10-2. No Fortune Street. We're going to try it out. Okay, welcome back. Sorry, I know that's a little more than 3 minutes. I just can't do it all in 3 minutes. It's too much. Let's see. Link wins another one. The sweep continues. 7-0 over Yoshi. Still 4 more rounds to go. And then we will be swapping over to Ness versus Captain Falcon. You can pick fighters with 1,000 channel points if you'd like. We can stack the matchups up into the future as far as we want to go. As long as we don't repeat them. And I will help guide you through that process if you, for some reason, pick something ineligible. So, no worries. Okay. Let's get switched back over. Isn't this wild? No Fortune Street? Little guy's just going. I do need to make sure that I have a kill switch for the cam if I need it. I think I have one somewhere in my stream deck. Sorry, just bear with me here. Is it here? No. That doesn't work. Notes cam works. Oh, but it's not on this layout. Okay, I'll need to fix that as well. I literally haven't written anything down yet. Get that Hylian a broom? What? Oh, Link making the sweep. Got it. Let me just really quick make myself a kill switch for the cam. Sorry, I forgot to do this. We'll put that right here. I'll make a more elegant solution for this between streams. And this way I can just go like this. Go like this. Yeah, I can just black out my camera really quick. I'll probably make like a graphic for it that says like, I'm checking on my baby or something. But yeah, if he needs my help while he's eating, I would need to utilize that. But I figured out a way where he can be like in a spot feeding, but he can't see any of the TVs because I don't want him to look at screens. And then I still have line of sight with him, which was surprisingly difficult to figure out in this room. Because there's not very many places you could be and not see a screen and see me. So, excited that I was able to figure that out. All right, let's keep going through these tutorials here. Let's look at abilities. Learning abilities. Okay, so we're earning AP. It's pretty cool that you earn AP, like, itemized during the battle. So we're, like, learning abilities during the battle that I'm assuming we can, like, immediately use. And rather than, like, waiting to the end of the battle when you get your AP, and then you learn the ability. It's pretty cool. Oh, really? The FF7 status has overwhelmed you, SNES. I suppose there are a lot of them. I think what I just got so frustrated about in Tactics is, like, obviously the sheer volume of status ailments was a lot, but it was more so how similar so many of them seemed. Like, having stop, petrify, and don't act seemed like overkill. And just with how difficult it was to, like, heal them and maintain immunity combined with that was, like, it's probably one of my biggest complaints about the game, actually. Because, like, obviously a lot of the difficulty stems from that. I'm still healing from Wild Arm status ailments confusion. You know, like, if Tactics had 1,000,000 status effects, but, like, Remedy and Asuna got rid of all of them, that would have changed everything. Yo, what's up, D. Holmes? Welcome in. Wild Arms had a bunch of them. I do remember Wild Arms 3 having a lot of them. Maybe there were less situations where they got thrown at us or something. I don't know. One of the funnest Final Fantasies. Well, this is definitely going to be a fun journey, D. Holmes. For better and for worse. We just got through the intro and I'm going through the tutorial while the little guy eats. We're trying to graduate away from the need for out to lunch, which is normally what we'd be doing right now. Different abilities are learned depending on the dress sphere currently equipped. You can choose the next ability to be learned by selecting abilities from the main menu. Okay, so yeah, that just wasn't available to me during that little tutorial stretch. As you and your team grow, the number of abilities they can choose to learn increases. Oh, so you choose which one you're earning ABP for. Okay, got it. Got it. That's similar to other games that I've played. I like that. If you don't select an ability to learn, AP will be distributed to one automatically. Nice. That's really nice. So if you equip one to learn it, and you forget to switch to a new one, it'll just funnel it into something so that you're not wasting it. I really like that. That was a huge problem in Final Fantasy VIII with, like, the GF learns. You had to remember to, like, switch it over. Learning new abilities tutorial, okay. Trigger happy. Selecting the gunner's trigger happy ability changes the ATB gauge to a special trigger gauge. Press R1 repeatedly before time runs out. Okay, so it doesn't make it sound like there's anything specific. Oh, did it really? But it would prioritize summon magic plus percentage. Okay, well, I guess I remembered that wrong. Maybe I just assumed that it wouldn't, and so I felt like fixated on that. Why are there sometimes these black bars at the top and the bottom of the screen? Let me see if it looks better on this screen. Nope. Okay, we'll see to that in a second. Blue bullet. The gun mage is able to learn... Oh, okay, so it's blue magic. I love how in all the tutorials, all the pronouns are she, her, because women. Woman game. Oversoul. Occasionally a fiend will abruptly enter a higher state of being. Okay. Known as Oversoul. Oversouled fiends can be challenging adversaries. Certain fiends will oversoul if you defeat several fiends of the same type. Interesting. But the spoils of victory are well worth the effort. Okay. We prefer to be called she-goons. Yeah, my pronouns are goon-er. You find special dress spheres. Uniriku Pain will be able to I keep thinking that says supercharge. Sphere change into new, more powerful forms. Once you've sphere changed into all the dress spheres currently placed on the equipped garment grid, you can access special dress spheres. Oh, okay. So it behooves you to touch each one during the battle. Then press R1 to access the current character's special dress sphere. Why is pistol spelled like that in the bottom right? I don't like that. Pistol. What are you doing back there, Gobi? Can you lay down? The character will have to fight alone. However, all special dress spheres have 2 support units. Okay, so special dress sphere is like a summon. They have support units, so it's like fighting with a full party of 3 people. Interesting. Maybe they were trying to avoid using real guns, even though it's... Yeah, that's weird. A pistol is a part of a flower. There we go, Balrajik. Thank you. Characters lose abilities and status boosts gained from equipment and garment grid gates once they change into a special dress sphere. Oh. Interesting. Lose abilities and status boosts gained from equipment, not just the, like, bonusy ones from moving around the grid, but also from your equipment. That's really weird. It's a pun. The flower ovaries. Oh, God. Automatically change out of a special dress sphere if KO'd or after a battle concludes. Change out during battle. Press L1 to call up the garment grid and change back to the dress sphere you were using before. Okay. I feel like there's a little bit of information missing there, but I'm sure we'll get the rest of it as we actually do it.
I know everything.
I know everything. That's so crazy. So wait, we were in here and we had only looked at the glossary. Is that correct? There's so much here. Sphere change unit and her team must equip garment rigs that dress fingers placed on them. I feel like I can probably figure out most of this stuff intuitively. And I'm assuming that these tutorials will be available for a while, if not the entire game, so maybe I don't need to go through all of this. Or I guess I could go back in if I am confused about something. I also have the manual for the game, which I'll probably read between today and tomorrow. Unless anyone thinks that there's, like, spoilers in there that I should avoid. Hold on. Okay, he's doing great. Okay, yep, we know about the paths. This is a lot of repeated information just with a different presentation. You highly recommend the guide, as in this, B? Okay. The official strategy guide. Interesting. I mean, I'm not trying to 100% this game. I know it's kind of infamously silly to 100%, so I'm not even going to try to do that. Sorry, I'm not reading stuff out loud so I can read it faster. Yeah, the garment grids even have names like the FF13 rules, which is cool. And it seems like some of them are even the same, like borrowed. I scored the varmint garment grid. Does that mean I got the item and they just wanted to say it in a really 2003 way? That was funny. Okay, and this is the ability learning thing. So what is the percentage? The character's mastery level. Okay. What is that based on? Number of available abilities versus what's learned, most likely. Okay. Sure. The use of the word scored in that regard is legitimately one of your major dislikes about the game. That's so funny. There was a very short period of time where my dad tried to manifest his nickname amongst a certain group of friends as the Score. And it was so cringe. I was probably like 7 or 8 years old. But he thought it was such a clever idea because, like, in that group of friends, he was like the music guy, you know, and like the underscore music of like a show or a film or whatever is called like the score, and he was like the guy that brought the, like, you know, CDs to play as music on the stereo at the function. You know, he was the Score. But also, like, you know, there's like a little bit of like sports in there, and then there's like sex in there. I don't know, it's kind of weird. But it did not catch on. So fetch did not happen for him. Oh, you can okay, you can only learn AP for that dress sphere while using it. That's good to know. New abilities will appear as they become available. Question mark. There's probably a variety of ways, I guess. Some could be story locked, some could be based on, or gate kept behind other abilities. Okay. This is all very straightforward. Yep, AP's never wasted. Okay, and you can quickly tab over to the other ones. That's good. Sleep on all enemies while dancing. Interesting wording. Sleepy shuffle. Alright, I gotta crack open this second caffeine here. It's time for a weird tea now. Okay, and then I thought we already looked at the glossary. Oh, no, we didn't. Oh, this is... Oh, look at this. This is all the FF10 stuff. Interesting. Well, not all of this is FF10, but most of it is FF10 world building. This is a cool screen, actually. 1 second. Okay, he's doing great. Why is L1 the button to get out of there? That's so weird. Why wouldn't it just be circle? Okay. First of all, let's go in here and mess around with this ourselves. So, grid with 6 nodes, and then a grid that raises strength and magic. So these are 2 different choices. Okay. So this one doesn't have the bonuses, and this one does. They're different shapes. So I guess the one that I put in the middle might be the default. So I guess for this one, the one that you put in the middle is the one that you want to always be able to get to. And you have to think about, you know, like, you have to think about the combinations that are not adjacent more than the ones that are. Like, am I gonna want to go from Thief to Gunner ever? Or am I gonna want to go from Thief to Songstress ever? You know, and then I have to decide which one of those is more likely. And then I guess I also, because I don't have enough spheres, I would have to forego one of these possible combinations. Magic +5, magic +5. Why are they different symbols if they're the same bonus? That's kind of weird. Second. Little guy's almost done. He needs my help finishing because he doesn't know how to tilt his head back and hold the bottle up really, really high. But he's letting me help him, which is nice. Good job, little man. All right, he's all done. Let me move him real quick, and then we'll be right back. I gotta feed the puppies, too. So it's gonna be a couple minutes. Okay. That was pretty quick, right? Quicker than out to lunch, that's for sure. Isn't that nice? Okay, I'm just going to put Thief here for now. So these two garment grids... So why does it ask me if I want to do this one and not the other one? It doesn't care if I want to edit this one. Okay. I don't know what's going on there. Moving on for now. So let's decide what we want to learn. Damages one enemy. Magic damage on one enemy. Critically damage one enemy. Guard against darkness. Level 2 trigger happy. Yeah, we'll keep that one for now. Fire damage to one enemy. Lightning damage. Lower strength. Lower magic. Lower magic sounds good. Songstress. Sleep. Slow. Okay, so Songstress is like debuff. Oh, it's buff as well. Buff and debuff. Party's we gotta go for raise party strength first. You know me, I'm a big glass cannon fan. Bard plus dancer, yeah, that makes sense. Let's see, pilfer gill. Oh, flee seems pretty important. Oh, first strike also seems really important. And I guess we could have one person learn certain abilities and then another character learn others. To get more variety. Obviously there's like canonical leanings for these. What is liquid steel? Oh, it's water. Okay. So yeah, Riku already has some of these, which is interesting. Why does it say that she's mastered Power Break, but it's not over here? Already learned this ability. Huh? Okay, let's learn Magic Break with her, I guess. I'm sure that'll clarify itself. And then you can learn accuracy. Oh, okay. So okay, she has different abilities available inside the same sphere versus the rest of them. I don't care about stop. Item hunter seems good. So okay, the ones on the right must be based on like equipment or something. So maybe I can choose to learn this from a piece of equipment and then, like Final Fantasy IX style, master it and then unequip it. Always steal? Oh my god, we're gonna get so into stealing in this game. I always long for a game where like stealing is like fun and worthwhile and well telegraphed. So maybe this can be it. Okay, let's take a look at pain. So yeah, pain is leaning towards warrior, Yuna's leaning towards songstress, and Riku's leaning towards thief. Let's see. Critical seems good for her. We'll go Thunderblade. SOS Protect. That's kind of cool. Whoa, Berserk, Haste, Shell, and Protect on the party? That would be fun. So at the cost of controlling your party members, you can boost your attack and your speed. And your defense. It's pretty cool. I guess it might not boost your attack. Magic for you. And First Strike. Okay. That way we have, like, all the different abilities represented across our different characters at the very least. Cards Against Darkness. Max MP by 40, nice. Max HP by 20. How do I equip these? Here we go. So also very much like FF13's equipment system. So this, I guess, is how you determine what their default sphere is that they start battle with. Oh, and okay, I see. This is how we choose which grid they get. And then we'll give, let's see, Yuna's going to be doing buffs and debuffs. So we'll give her the MP. And I don't know why we wouldn't give everybody this one. So we're going to do that until I learn otherwise. We'll have her start as a thief because we want to steal. We'll give her the Guard Against Darkness. And then Pain will start as a warrior. And she can have the extra HP. Okay. So it's weird that we have this extra accessories menu just to look at them. Oh, and they don't show up here if they're equipped. That's also really strange. Gobi, lay down. Good girl. And here's where we get to look at our spheres. Trigger happy. No weight gunplay. Oh, okay, so there's like a speed element to it as well. That's kind of neat. Stop fiends in their tracks with borrowed time. Interesting. Yo, what's up, Shane? How you doing? FF2, very love-hate type of game? Yeah, it seems that way. There don't seem to be a lot of fair weather 10-2 fans or lukewarm 10-2 people. I'm hoping I can bridge the gap with this playthrough, because I feel like I kind of am one of those. I think I'm going to come out of this game with a list of things that I love and a list of things that I hate. But we'll see. We're just getting started.
Still analyzing.
Buddy and brother are old friends. Buddy says he was aboard Sid's airship with us 2 years ago. When I told him I didn't remember, he seemed disappointed.
Oh, cool. We got an Albed primer. No aspirations of collecting everything?
You bet. It all began when I saw this sphere.
God, B said legally blonde earlier, and now I can't stop thinking about it.
I thought I might find more spheres like it if I joined the
You're probably wondering how I got here.
Oh, in case you're wondering, the Gullwings are sphere hunters, and sphere hunters are, well, this. We fly all over Spira. I'm really enjoying myself.
For a while there,
That's a very funny assessment, Shane. I do remember that.
Don't be silly.
I didn't see that movie when it was like out and hot for the same reason that I didn't play this game. Not because I like hated women, but just because I was like, oh, that's not for me, that's for the girlies. And my marketing programming tells me that I'm only supposed to consume things that are made for boys, and this isn't made for boys. So I just skipped this one, you know, or whatever. But I remember like just either seeing the movie for some reason or happening upon that scene and just being like, yo, Final Fantasy VIII. But that was probably in like 2009 or 2010 or something like that. Okay, what am I supposed to do now? Do I talk to you from here?
Has my talking gotten better?
By talking.
He really has improved quite a bit. He told
Those tattoos are insane.
just so that he could talk with me more.
Learning Albed. Brother and the Albed race speak their own unique language. Yuna has managed to pick up a little Albed during her travels with the Gullwings, but she still has a ways to go. Did she not learn any Albed the whole time we played Final Fantasy X? Are we retconning that hard? Did Final Fantasy X not happen? Go digging for Albed primers in the Beaconell Desert. Expose yourself to the language as much as possible, and you'll be proficient in no time. And there's another primer. Oh, 2 of them. 3 of them. Okay. So we got 4 letters now. Pretty sure every primer is a letter, and there's 26 of them. Or maybe like 28. For like... Yuna didn't learn it, Tidus did. Yeah, she was like, I don't got time for that. I got too much on my mind. Y'all can do that. I'm not paying attention. I'm too busy thinking about summons and stuff. Aeons and arranged marriages and... She didn't have time for Duolingo on that pilgrimage. Alright, let's save again. Yuna and Rico were doing a no sphere grid playthrough, which is why they're still level 1. Right, yeah, we have to really strong arm our cannon here. Whoa. This scream is very, very of its time. Well, we're currently on the deck, right? Oh, no, the deck is the top. We're in the cabin. Technically, this area should be called the bridge. Whoa. Is this a person? Or is it a hood ornament? Okay, I can zoom in, thank God. Okay, it is a hood ornament. I thought this was a person I was going to be able to talk to. This is just like a stylish screen for no reason. Love it. It's much cooler than the 10 airship. I don't even remember what the airship really looks like in 10. Well, I guess I kind of do, yeah. I liked that airship design just fine. This is a wild looking... This doesn't even look like an airship. This is like a... Something that comes out... Some, like, abomination that comes out at the end of, like, a... What was the old motorcycle show? With, like, the West Coast Choppers guy or whatever? That's what this looks like. Some, like, weird, like, Pimp My Ride motorcycle. Biker Mice from Mars. That's an interesting place to go. Just from motorcycle show. I don't think I ever actually saw that show when it was on TV. I am aware of what it is, but I don't think I ever actually saw it when it was running. Man, some of these camera angles are wild. This room doesn't look so good. Treasure chests, though. This room's kind of alarming. Is that smoke, or is that just steam? Mist? The, like, open electricity? That seems like a problem. Somebody should look at that. Wait, did I come from down here? Or up there? I think I came from up there. So what is this? Well, if it's a steam engine, it seems like we're wasting a lot of energy here. We need a way to capture all this loose steam and use it. You know, the steam engine's purpose isn't to produce steam. It's to harvest the energy of it. So if we're just like a tea kettle down there, might need to have somebody look at that. Where am I supposed to go? Oh, this is a different room. Oh, there's like a whole bar in here. Holy smokes. No one knows his real name. He works here. Have you ever asked him? Mishuna. Criticizing the reality game that has literal magic, yeah. Alright, so this is a shop. Oh wow, there's actually accessories in here that we don't have. Sleep, silence. Wait, shouldn't White Cape be poison? I thought White Cape was traditionally poison. Or no, Star Pendant is poison. Yeah, that's right. I do hate poison. I can't afford it though. So these will be things to work towards, I guess. Thank you! Sounds a little like Beetle. And I can also sleep here. Okay. These camera angles are kind of wild. It's not like a totally fixed camera, but it kind of feels like it. Only 3 beds, that's all you need. What's going on here? Why is there just like a little diving platform? Except I can't go off it. That ceiling fan though. Barkeep is so important. Can't afford to not be poisoned. So true. Okay, now I can go to the bridge. You actually really liked the pop music video opening of this game? I'm sure a lot of people did. I just think that it... Like, I can see a lot of reasons why they would have used it as, like, the marketing point. But it's also just really weird. Like, the built-in, like, red herring... is just so strange to me. Because that... Like, I feel like just that one aspect of it pushed a lot of people away from the game. Either completely or as part of the totality. Is just... Like, I'm sure they considered that. You know, I'm sure they put great care and effort and thought into, like, how are we gonna... read it. Yeah, exactly, SNES. But, like... Can you blame them? You know? Like, you can't really blame them. She looks exactly the same, and, like, that was the point. So, like, unless you've played the... It's basically, I guess now, it's just like a filter of, like, who has played the game. Because even if you, like, know a little bit about the game, like me, and you haven't played it, it still doesn't really make sense that that's not her. Because, yeah, she does do some of the same things. It's really weird. But, yeah, it's totally the filter now. But, like, at the time... What is this screen? We're getting sphere waves from the top of Sacred Mount Gagazet. Go get that treasure sphere. Okay. So... We don't care what just happened with someone impersonating Yuna. We've moved on. Let's go get some treasure.
When the faith disappeared, the clouds enshrouding the mountain began to thin and disperse, revealing long-forgotten ruins among its peaks. Hey, the rocks are floating!
Don't tell me we gotta climb up that thing!
No worries. I'll take you to the top.
Perfect place to land. No problem here.
Yuna!
Oh lord. Yeah. Not a coincidental camera angle. There it is again.
Disasterific is not a word. Say disastrous, like the rest of Spira.
I'm not listening!
The serious outfit counter is still at 0, but the butt counter is at like 9 already.
That'd be great!
Thanks. That was a little close.
A little?
We're here. Everything's fine now.
Keep an eye on Rico.
You got it.
Okay. We're back in control. Playing as Yuna now. Your favorite bit of FF10 trivia is that Yuna's voice actress had a minor role in a 2000s era slasher movie. Huh. Yeah, I don't think I knew that. The butt counter was supposed to make you think that the game was for you. See, and that's a great point, Lee. And if they had wanted more boys in 2003 to play the game, they would have leaned into that in the marketing as well. Like, there could have been like a guys trailer that was just like super objectified, like, you know, showing like the skimpy outfits and stuff like that. But they didn't do that, which I guess is like commendable in a weird way, but like the content is still in the game, you know, like all those like little moments are there in the game, but they didn't choose to lean into it in the marketing. The marketing was like full girls' night. They did on the PAL rear cover. Interesting. That's funny. Because yeah, I mean, like, they would have got us. You know, like we thought all of the like girl Final Fantasy characters were super attractive back in the day. You know, when we first started playing these games, like we were obsessed with Princess Garnet. Like, it wasn't even close. We were absolutely enamored, and like we thought Quistis was hot. We thought Riku was hot. You know, like, and again, remember that we were teenagers. We weren't thinking these things as like 20 somethings and up. We were literally younger than the characters in the game, just for context at the time. But like that was a big part of it for us. Like, obviously, yeah, we wanted to go on an adventure. We wanted to save the world. But like TNA was also a big part of it as like early teens. So they could have got us. They could have got us with this one. Or, you know, they could have made us like quietly ask mom for this game. But they didn't do it. The game doesn't really know who it wants to be for. I don't necessarily know if that's true. I mean, because there's a lot that goes into that, Shane. I get what you're saying. Because like it's like girl game, but made by man, and there's like, you know, there's all this like male gaze stuff that's happening, but also like the people who make the game aren't the same people who decide how to market the game. You know, like Yoshinori Kitase didn't make the trailers that we watched at the top of the stream. You know, he didn't produce the TV commercials, and all that sort of thing. So there's some gray area there. You know, there's like some telephoning of like some people looking at the game and deciding who they think it's for, and or like who they can market it to most successfully. You know, it's an interesting conversation for sure. The excessive fan service made it seem like they wanted boys to play. And and the fan service is weird too, because that's like a Japanese culture thing as well, on top, like in addition to like being like for the boys in a way, and or like just, you know, the game was made by guys. But yeah, the tone shift is really like the broader point of Whiplash. You had a crush on Zell from 8 when you were a kid. Now you question his mother's parenting skills. Yeah, there's not a lot of good parents in the Final Fantasy universe, to be sure. For the ones that are alive, a lot of them aren't great. What if the whole child soldier career doesn't pan out and he has to get an office job? Yeah, D. Holmes gets what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, the fan service is less remarkable. That's a good way to put it. Their perspective on, like, objectification is a little bit different than ours. Press and hold circle while approaching a chasm to leap across. Fail to press circle and you may lose your balance. I saw a chest over this way. At least Barrett tries to be a good dad. Okay, so circle is an action button. Got it. Now can I go this way? No. About over here. Nope. Okay. This is also very Final Fantasy 13. There's just no, like, circles on the ground. Yeah, Barrett really cares about being a good dad, but he's not really the best. He's kind of a phone dad. Okay, I see. So if we want to just drop down... Guys, we scored the accessory. Lita Piscrone.
Oh, we're not getting across this way. Let's find another route.
Getting across what? I don't even know what you're looking at, Riku. Oh yeah, let's look at that accessory. What was that? Because we have 2 accessory slots. Lightning Ward and user can cast Thunder. Okay. Well, Yuna's going to be our mage at least for now, so we'll give her that. And if she's going to be the, like, lightning rod by being a songstress, you know, give her something that she can stand up against. Barrett's attitude to being a good dad is the same as your attitude to dieting. Yeah, yeah. His head and his heart are in the right place. But as far as, like, the execution, it leaves a little to be desired. Ooh, a bomb. Let's use Thunder on a dive beak. And steal from one. And use fire on one. Takers, keepers. Steal from the bomb. So songstresses cannot attack. That's kind of an issue. A bomb fragment. Oh, the alert didn't go off, Adrian. I'm so sorry. My bot is borked. If I don't reset it like every 30 minutes, it just stops working, and I don't know why. It's really annoying. It's been an absolute nightmare ever since Twitch changed their API about a month and a half ago. Let me reset it again really quick, and I'll run that alert for you. Oh god, my mouse. Got him.
So what's next?
Sorry, Windows sound, that's me. Don't adjust your television sets. Their actions per square inch. Is that a real thing? I doubt it. I feel like you're making a meme on APM versus PSI. Oh, and my analog on my controller turned off. That's really weird. Okay, let's see. I need to... Oh, wait, do I get fully healed after battle? Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
Machina still works?
Oh yeah, that's a nice little reference, Shane. We actually haven't seen that yet, so be careful about talking about things that we haven't seen. That's pretty minor, but just be mindful.
I wonder how safe this is. It stopped.
Just a magical elevator with nothing underneath it.
Things are... Oh.
Also, what is this narrative? Like, was Brother in love with Yuna in the first game? Was that a thing? Or did they just add that? Or was there, like, subtext that people fanficked on and they leaned into it or something? Sorry, let me get this alert for Adrian. I forgot. Where's anti-piracy? There it is. Okay, so I guess I go down here now. Yuna, what are you doing? Okay. I don't quite get how this is supposed to work. Okay, I think I got it. So is this just how I get back up to where I was? You would totally download a house? Yeah, me too, King Smashington. I mean, if you've got enough 3D printer filament. Wait, how are you here? What?
What do you need? Ugh, that's what I hate about amateurs. Maybe she'll go away if we ignore her. I heard that. Just as I was saying, amateurs, they have no concept of what it takes to be a true spear hunter.
Amateurs, weren't you following us?
Following? A mere coincidence.
I'll say a coincidence.
You was right, boss, as always. Indeed, following them has paid off splendidly.
He does sound like Alan Rickman.
Laugh while you can.
Okay. Do this fight again.
Them again.
Let's do Sentinel, Steel.
It's all in the wrist.
We'll run Songstress. This song is hype, though.
Well, this is no time for stage fright.
Get your act together.
Wait, what was that? She just used a buff on her goon. Did she say kiss me? Excuse me?
Let me blow you a kiss.
Wait, did we all just get paralyzed? What the heck was that? Get this guy out of here.
You're slacking. This
Okay, there we go. Why is she over by me? That looks so silly. Okay, Yuna, please.
Enjoy your flight.
LeBlanc's VA kind of sounds like, what's her name from MGS3, but I'm pretty sure it's not her.
There ain't nothing I can't steal.
Hope that's true, Riku, because we're gonna steal a lot. Nice, we got them both with the darkness. I think that made her miss. And then we can change her to warrior or something to lay it on thick here to close it out. She will find a half-naked rival. That's so true, Shane. That's hilarious. Yeah, we had Donna. Now we have LeBlanc. Ooh, that's a cool outfit. Yeah, it really does look like they just kind of recycled Tidus's animations. Did Riku have daggers in 10? I thought she had like a chakram or something. Like a Renoa thingy. Or she just had like a glove, right? What was her weapon type? I don't remember. She just used fists. Okay.
And this is the thanks
That idle animation is nuts.
Who does she think she is?
She's getting hurt.
What? She's getting hurt? What does that mean? I like how it keeps showing us that chest up there, like, don't forget! Mission time! Beat the Syndicate to the top. There's no telling what they'll do to stop you. Be the first to the top of the ruins. Interesting. Okay, we need to run an ad. And I need to do something in the room here. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. Hang out. We'll see you on the other side.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Well, that's another one for Link. It was kind of close, but unfortunately Yoshi was really bad with the SDs, so he lost. 8-0 for the Hero of Time. Yoshi still failing to make it interesting, score-wise. All right, scores are updated, and we're back. So, we're doing, I guess, kind of like a mini game here. It's nice how you can buffer the action button. Oh, there's random encounters. What is that? Excuse me? The timer isn't going during this, so... But what is that? Is that a snake whose head is stuck in a trash can? No, it's a gun barrel instead of a head. Okay, sure. Also, it's interesting how their dress spheres stayed carried over from the previous battle. And it didn't go back to, like, the default ones. That's kind of weird. How do I get down there? I see the chest. Okay, there we go. A Mega Phoenix. Wow, it seems a little early for that item, but okay. Gun Snake. Those things are ridiculous looking. And the She-Goons are back. Riku has a necktie as a songstress. Interesting. Yes, we scored a Mega Phoenix, you're right, Lee. It totally looked like the way that it moves around, it reminds me of a dog that's got its head stuck in a bucket, you know? Yeah, Yuna looks pretty cool with that outfit and a sword. What is the... Thank you for drum fill. That should be a good incentive to keep using the channel point alerts, because I think there's something to be said for the bot being idle for too long. So I feel like if the bot is consistently engaged, I won't have to reset it. Is this a dead end? I guess this is a dead end. But that doesn't seem right. Whoa. Totally different enemies. An Ahriman and an Elemental. Let's steal from the Ahriman. Oh, he defending. Steal from the Elemental. So, okay, our Elementals in this game. A lot of different ways they can go. Sometimes a Thunder Elemental means you have to use Thunder Magic. And then sometimes it means it is of the Thunder element and you must use what it is weak against to take it out. Sometimes it means that they are resistant to magic, and sometimes it means they are more susceptible to magic. Depends on the game. It's so weird how the text boxes can just be off the screen like that, because they're centered over the character's head. Oh yeah, I was gonna say this a second ago. Like, what is the decision behind putting the logo of the game on the victory screen? That's so weird. Alright, I feel like I'm definitely gonna fail this because I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Just whack. Is an ice shield strong or weak against fire, or neither? Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how that goes in certain games.
That's it?
Yeah, just in case you forget what game you're playing. Or just in case you're trying to hide it from the boys that you're not playing OG 10. And somehow on some screen that they haven't seen before. Like, nah, he playing that girly one.
Why not stop to catch your breath?
Were they just like, alright, for this character, we want you to do Hans from Die Hard. Can you do that? She said Snake. That's awesome. They're called Recoil. What a hilariously amazing name for that enemy. That's a genius, perfect name. Because snakes coil and guns have recoil. And his little rattle tail is a bullet belt, I just noticed. Amazing. Yeah, the encounter rate is pretty high. Luckily, these battles are super fast, so I'm not that worried about it. Plus, you know, I'm like... oh, lovely that this timer is running during a disk load. Awesome. Let me check in on my abilities, actually. Okay. Cantus Firmus? Okay. Interesting word choice. For that... I do like the one, though, so we'll stick with that. So I gotta remember to, like, rotate them around, because otherwise they won't learn the different ones. Alright, Item Hunter is improved drop rate. We do want that. Sticky Fingers would be a good one. I think we'll go for First Strike next, though. So Borrowed Time inflicts stop. Okay. Oh, there we go. I can press R1 on that screen. She's learning water. That's good. She hasn't used these other ones yet. It's going to be hard to get into the habit of, like, trying to use every dress sphere a little bit during each battle. Ugh. Of course I'm going to touch the mysterious switch. What could go wrong? Wham! A battle. That monkey sound. Yeah, it's just a game over button. It's the black materia at the Forgotten Temple. Everything just... Whoops! Oh, there's another one. Oh, I was like, okay, it makes the platform wiggle? I am so disoriented right now. Yeah, love a wiggle switch.
No problem.
We gotta get this darkness off of Pain. Darkness is such a weird one to persist after battles. Oh, wrong button. Okay, do we have a remedy? Oh, we got some eye drops. We'll use those first. Here we go. I don't know where I'm going. I want to explore, but there's a timer.
Sorry, boss.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Sarah. I hear it too. That keyboard guitar sound. Okay, go for the bomb first. It is nice how quick these move. See, turn-based battle systems don't have to be slow. I feel like that's a very common complaint lodged that's really somewhat unfounded. Is that turn-based games are too slow, and that's why people want to do action systems. When in actuality, a lot of action games are slower. Like, especially the ones that lean into, like, the Soulsborne style, where you have to, like, parry and dodge all the time. Like, there's more motion on the screen, but really, battles are much, much longer. There's certainly an argument to be made as far as, like, the engagement factor. You know, some people don't want to just, like, turn off their brain and press X and mash the attack button, which is fine. You know, that's a valid argument, I suppose. That you can choose to make the battle engaging, but you're not forced to be engaged. But I don't care about that. I would like the ability to disengage. Alright, I need to switch Pain's warrior ability. And I should probably switch Yuna back to Songstress. Yeah, Riku is pretty cool. They gave her some, like, kind of rave girl body language. She's got, like, little dance steps and stuff. Okay, let's change this to Songstress. Pick up another accessory? Oh yeah, we got a bunch. Gauntlets, white cape, and tiara. We'll give the gauntlets to Pain for sure. Because she's going to be the tank, most likely. Yuna's already got 2. I don't see either of these as really a very good thing for Riku. And these kind of go together,
You don't understand.
Don't worry, Mark. It'll all make sense at the end, right? It probably won't.
Let's show the ladies a nice warm welcome.
Who are these people? Oh, she's wearing a bodysuit. I just realized that's not all exposed skin. Okay, I thought those were just really tan ladies in basically no clothes. Wow, toxic Pain. However, the reasonable outfit counter is still at 0, for the record. Bye. Wow. What a way to end the battle. Oh no, why are we so sad, Smash? Because we killed the snake? Is it because are we sad because the Shigun isn't nearly naked? What's happening? The reverse thought in Legend of Dragoon with the Helena guards. You always thought they were wearing flesh-colored armor, then one day you realize you were fighting mostly naked men in the prison. I mean, it does look pretty hot in there, Shane, if I'm being honest. It's like underground, it's probably pretty humid, there's a lot of sconces and torches and braziers. It's probably pretty hot in there. Probably pretty steamy. And you know what they say about guys in prisons? Maybe it was an easy access thing, too. How do I get this chest over here? Where am I going? Oh, I see. How do I get down there? Hello? What do they say about guys in prisons? They say a lot of things. Okay, let's try this battle cry at the beginning of the battle.
Listen up. Na 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 na.
No, yeah, I got you, Lee. You're good. I'm just not going to explore that in great detail on stream. That's all. We're on the same page. Thank you for clarifying. Oh, here's a different chest. Star pendant. I'm assuming I succeed in this mission as long as I get there before the time is up, but we'll see. I don't know why I'm pausing. Wait, what is happening? Hi, Gorgeson. I don't know why your chat is getting grabbed here. Let me fix that. Oh. It's because you got accidentally banned in Jackie's channel one time. Oh no. When shared ban info backfires. How do I... This is what I hate about this. There needs to be a really easy way to like whitelist someone. Okay, hold on. I have to go open my own chat here. I'm having fun? Of course I'm having fun. I was gonna say also the lack of like ADR mixing. But see, this is so weird. Well, I can't even see Gorgu over here. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I can't... It says no longer a suspicious user, but I can't see them in chat. I want to see them in chat. And they don't show up on the user list either. What is going on? Yes, exactly, Sarah. I'm along for the Delulu. No, that's the weird thing, Smash. I can't permit. It's not letting me permit. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go into mod view. Shigun sus. No. No, it's not you, Brack. Gobi. No. I can't see it anymore. And see, now I don't know if like Gorgeson saw that their chat didn't go through and then like got upset and left. Feels bad, man. Because, yeah, they're not in the chatter list. For real. Like, actually sad moment. Gorgeson! Come back! You are loved and appreciated. Dang it. Dang it, Twitch. Yeah, I guess I'll have to send them a message to let them know what was going on. This is why you never do joke bans.
I don't think so, sir.
How do you know that?
Things he said. Like being able to spot a phony ID.
Jesus Christ, pal!
Yeah, it's the final hours song from Majora's Mask. And then I added the like thunderstorm sounds. It's one of the most like intensely sad pieces of game music that I can think of. Okay, we're gonna go back to the game. I'll have to fix that later. See this, I want to level up Yuna's songstress, but she literally can't attack while it's equipped. Oh, it sounds like something out of Tunic. Interesting. Haven't played Tunic yet, but I want to. I have a physical copy of it now. So that definitely helps it move up the stream list. Yeah, Tunic seems really cool. I know I'll like it. I've heard it's kind of dastardly hard, but that excites me more than it concerns me. Oh yeah, I didn't finish saying this earlier. It's funny how there's no like ADR mixing on Yuna singing her little song there, so it just sounds like it's right in your face. I guess I can just triangle her turn. That's what I should do. Just skip her instead of unnecessarily dancing or singing. I forgot about that already. Oh yeah, and we need to select a new ability for Pain. Because I'd rather have Ice Brand than Armor Break. Give her the full gamut of elements. Okay, I'm starting to get a little bit worried about time. Because I want that chest, and I don't know how to get it. It would be interesting to see, it would be interesting to see like how the retry mechanic works, but I don't know if this is the situation where I want to test it. Okay, Yuna, or not Yuna, Riku learned an ability. You could pass turns in a couple of the other ATV Final Fantasies too. Could you do it in the first FF10? I want to say you could do it in 9 as well, but I don't know if that's true or not. Man, blindness persisting after battle is a lot. Alright, I gotta just go. Why can't I get up there? I'm trying to get back up there.
I'm gonna whack you good.
Oh yeah, and Yuna needs a new ability too. Oh, here's a question that I was wondering about with this game. In the first FF10, there was like the famous localization issue of the pacing of the dialogue in the cutscenes being like locked to the Japanese audio, and it resulted in them having to record some of the English lines in like a weird cadence. Did they address that for this game?
Would you stop staring?
Oh yeah, that's a good shout, Smash. I'll take a look at that. I actually don't know what setting I have that on. Oh wait, so... Okay, hold on. I think we just... like... stopped the timer, so now I can like safely go back down and try to get this chest. Without having to worry about the timer. Oh, no, it's locked me. Okay, that sucks. And from what I know about this game, it probably means I can never go back. But, c'est la vie. Muscle belt. Okay, hold on, let's take a look at abilities here. What is this one? Magic defense, accuracy. Let's do slow. This seems good. And then we learned item hunter. First strike is good. Pill for HP. That could be really cool. Slow proof would be good. Man, all these thief abilities are really good. What do I want to go for first? I want, like, all of these. I don't see myself running into an encounter that I'm going to need to flee from anytime soon, but I could eat crow on that. Let's go with First Strike. That seems good. And then Pain is almost there with Ice Brand. You don't think that's an issue in this? Wouldn't be a big deal if it was. I was just curious about it. Do we help them, or we just leave them there? Okay. Toxic. Thieves and Ninjas, yep. Thief has always been one of my favorite video game. Crab? It does?
It comes.
What does that mean? It comes! Why is that the line? God, that thing is nasty. Okay, I'm gonna assume that this thing is weak against either ice or thunder. Let's go... Battle Cry? Ow. Let's steal from it. Its name is Boris? Why is its name Boris? Power Break. That sounds so weird. There's no like reverb or any spatial effects on it at all. It's kind of uncanny. That's part of the reason why it makes me smile. Okay, Canis Firmus. Alright, let's see if we can figure out what you're weak to, because we can't scan yet. So let's pay attention to the Thunderblade damage versus ice. Oh god, I've been gooed.
You had your chance to run.
Okay, 57 for that. So Pain is the only one that can act right now. All right, let's try Ice on you. Comparing against 57. Okay, Riku's back.
I'm gonna miss you.
Okay, it's weak against Ice. Let's see if we can get Darkness on it. You think you're gonna get a Behemoth Magic card single? Nice, Smash. That's cool. I haven't had time to look through the entire list of cards. It's interesting that you brought that up, though. Because I hadn't announced this yet because I wanted to keep the hype focused on starting this game today, but I have like a couple other things to announce for like upcoming stream events. And one of them is going to be... oh, we got him. One of those is going to be opening some Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy cards as like a stream event. Like a lot of them. Boris the Spider is a song by The Who. Sticky End is an attack it uses. It's a line in that song. Wow, that is quite the reference. This is what we came here for? This looks like the crystal fountain or whatever it's called in Crystal Chronicles, where they get the special liquid that repels the miasma.
That sphere's just a dud. Perfect
Okay.
for the dull wings.
This angle.
You've wins again. Well, I guess we'll be taking this.
That's good logic, Shane. FF10-2 in this economy? I mean, this level of, like, absurdism and rejectionism and irreverence is actually extremely, extremely relevant right now. So, yes, absolutely, Mr. Popsicle. Welcome in. Yeah, that was a smart one to Google, B. Okay, we need to reassess our accessories. Oh, Muscle Belt is really good. Guards against Confusion and Berserk? That's a really good accessory as well. Okay. I wonder if we will be able to expand the number of accessory slots like in FF13. Okay. Let's see. So, okay, first, let's get rid of the gauntlets for the muscle belt because it's an empirical upgrade. And then we need something for Riku. Poison, silence, magic and magic defense, confusion and berserk. I guess confusion and berserk is good for her. It's cool how there's a name for each auto ability as well. Alright, how are we looking on these abilities? Slow dance, good. First strike, yep. And we learned Ice Brand. Gravity damage, I never use Demi. Lower magic. Magic break is good. This one would be super fun to mess around with, but it's risky. Oh, she doesn't have armor break? Okay, we need armor break. We need armor break and magic break, but armor break is closer, so we'll do that one first. You should use Demi more. Wow. Well done, Brack. Well done. Okay, so we just got a thing. Speaking of FF5, by the way, this is a very FF5 room. But yeah, picking who uses what job based on the outfits is totally valid. Hi, Iris. The airship is also very crab. It's giving crab. Pinchy, pinchy. Crab with wheels. Also red. Or maybe more lobster. It's like if Outlaw Star and a lobster had a baby. That's what the Celsius looks like. Which I feel like that name is a reference as well, because what was the series that had a ship called the Fahrenheit? Everything eventually evolves into a crab. True. The perfect life form.
Being in trouble, then he just jumped ship.
And here he is.
He's alive, right? Just leave him there.
Can you analyze the sphere we found?
No one cares.
I'm on it.
I love how our 3 companions' names are Buddy, Brother, and Shinra. It makes it seem like we don't actually know them. And like we don't care what their real names are. Look how he kind of like, oh, as you like step over him. That's so crazy. Is he doing like a Smalls trying to get the lifeguard here? We'll comfort him. He just wants Yuna to care. Oh, FF10's airship is called the Fahrenheit. Isn't there like a...
Don't strain yourself.
And Barkeep, yes, how could we forget, Leetopus, thank you. Big Badinky Bones! Thank you for saying that, Sarah. Oh my god, that's gonna make B so happy that you said that. Big Badinky Bones. And Jimbo James. Robert. Yeah, there was a lot of Marcus happening last week, B. I wish you could have been there with us.
Analysis complete. Want to watch the sphere?
That's right, spheres are like CDs or videotapes in this universe. Why does Shinra wear that suit? Yeah, exactly, Shane. Thank you for reminding us that they're related. Spirabama. What is this, like a Thomas Kincaid painting of Xanarkand? This is like a 5,000 piece puzzle from Target.
I can't believe I actually got a ticket.
British person.
What a thrill to be able to shake her hand like that.
It's me.
Think it's worth anything?
It's not very exciting.
Junk.
But we can use it as a dress sphere.
What? Okay, sure. Well, this video is not very good and we won't be able to sell it for a lot of money, but at least we can use it to turn into a mage. Yep.
Data. Goings to your stations. How long you plan on lying there?
What is it?
The treasure sphere data you've been dying for. There's at least one on Besaid Island, and another in the Xanarkand ruins.
So, where to?
Oh, we get to decide. Aboard the airship, the sky's the limit. Based on the information Buddy collects, you can travel to various hotspots, take on missions, and advance the story. To select a mission or destination, pull up the world map by talking to Buddy. Alright. Hotspots appear as you complete missions. Buddy collects data. Exploring unlocks new missions and episodes, placing you in charge of what direction the story will ultimately take. Interesting. Oh, so this is the world map screen. Before you leave, let me tell you about the mission select menu. On the left, you'll find a list of all the places you can go. Hotspot up here is when we get a scoop on some new data. That's where the action is. Okay. There's a difficulty rating. Okay. So I can go anywhere I want, even if there's no mission. That's actually crazy and kind of overwhelming. Huh. Because, yeah, these all have, like, a star rating as well. Huh. Okay. You'd avoid hotspots. They progress the story. Okay, so it's probably one of those kind of things where, like, you need to go everywhere but the main path if you want to see everything. Which, again, we're not necessarily trying to do, but... B, I love how you get those people who ask you if your stream is live or not. I don't know. Maybe I just don't watch enough different channels, but it seems like such a strangely unique to you thing. I've never seen that in any other chat where, like, someone's like, is streamer real? Is this real? Is this a recording? And it seems to like, it used to be just when the frogs were on the screen, but now it's like all the time. I don't know what it is. It's really strange, but funny as a fly on the wall. I'm just getting back to Shane's message about being sick. Oh, that's really nice how this, like, you got to play this game a bunch because you were so sick, and even though it was like a bad time, it like helped it make it not a bad time, and now you have like the permanent association. That's really cool. I like that a lot. There were definitely like summer vacation games for me like that, where they have that kind of association and remind me of like specific. Is this AI? You think it might be intended as an insult? Yeah, I don't know. AI's on B. Oh my god, I hate that. Okay, well, I guess let's go to a random 1-star place and just see what this likes. 2 years after Sin's attack, the Youth League has rebuilt Kilika. However, rumor has it that new Yevon supporters are stirring up trouble there now. Religious people stirring up trouble? They would never. No, you don't have to legitimately apologize, Lee. I'm just being silly.
Can you guess where this is? It's Kilika Port.
Look at those pineapple huts.
The Youth League helped rebuild it. Now it's a bustling town. At the time, everyone was grateful, but lately, well, there have been signs of trouble. It seems that tension is building between the Youth League and New Yevon.
The heck is the Youth League? Sounds like a baseball team. Oh my god, broke bot again. I'm so sorry. Broke bot mountain. Let me fix it. I can never remember where this button is. There it is. One more window sound. And we're back. There's your Ron Burgundy.
I don't believe you.
Alright, save. With our YOLO save slot, because my PS2 memory cards are very full. I actually had to make room on this memory card in order to have a room for a save file for this game. And I have 3 PS2 memory cards. One of them is dedicated to backing up PS1 saves, so I guess that one has a lot of room on it, and I could use it for this. But I had a few things on this one I could delete, so I did. I'm not going to read every line of dialogue out loud unless it's like funny or significant, so... Because there's going to be so much that's just completely inconsequential. Why am I... Okay, maybe this is just me. A fresh piece of fruit from the woods. That's a really weird thing to say. Maybe this is just me, but Yuna is like weirdly bigger than everyone else. God, everyone in this game is just naked. Let's see. It would probably be nice to get a couple of these accessories. Or not accessories, sorry. Status heal items. We have been running into quite a bit of status. Holy water's more expensive. That makes sense. Although, it doesn't make sense that it's more expensive than a Phoenix Down. You like that I came here first? It was just the first 1-star location on the list vertically. It was chosen very arbitrarily. I have a feeling that means that this is like either a weird choice or an uncommon choice. What does that mean? He said, be careful walking around here. Sometimes stuff falls down from above. I feel like I'm in Chrono Cross right now. What's the name of that town? Goldove? It's also a little bit like Lurelin in Breath of the Wild. The houses are very Lurelin. Light curtain. There's thank God there's a mini-map here. This is a little bit overwhelming. Wait, what's happening?
Donna.
Oh no.
My. Fine, have it your way.
Be careful walking around here. Sometimes it rains.
Donna.
Nice haircut. The ultimate himbo. Yeah, the recruit conditions in general in Chrono Cross are absolutely wild.
Well, look who we have here.
I'd love to do an all-character run of it sometime, though.
Good to see you.
Slash New Game Plus.
Well, nothing out of the ordinary. I am with the Youth League, and he is with New Yevon.
Those do not sound like things that would be opposing forces. Yep, more naked.
But you've been together so long.
To each his own.
Exactly. Butt out.
Yep. That is the mantra of this society. Butt out. Butts out, baby. There's the door. Use it. Wow, the claws are out. The butts are out and the claws are out. But first, let me rob you. Oh yeah, we got a new sphere. So let's put Black Mage on it. No one's using this one, so I don't know why I did that, but... Here we go. But first, let me score 1,500 of your gil. I love how much resentment I can feel from Oedipus. I get it, though. It's so corny and silly and of the time. Like, you could play Final Fantasy X today and feel how much of a product of its time it is based on, like, the mechanics, and maybe, like, there's a few infamous lines of dialogue here and there, mockery in a temple and all that. But, like, this is so much more, like, already, only having seen, like, 1% of the game. Man, Automod is on fire today. Sorry, Shane, I got you. This game is already so much more, like, we're not going to let you forget what year it is. Hey, Eris, how are you? Thank you for joining us for Ladies' Night. Entry to the woods is prohibited at this time. What he said. You wish Lulu was here? Yeah, I think originally it was going to be Lulu as the third girl, but then they were just like, it doesn't make sense for her to be, like, jumping around and changing outfits and being all athletic and stuff. And so they just made up Pain. who's kind of like the same energy. And honestly, like, to go back to the marketing, that would have been another way to get more boys to play this game. Is if we would have had Lulu Booba. Just saying. They missed out. They didn't have to market it as girl game. They could have got us. They could have got us, man. It wouldn't have been that hard. They could have got us on board. They could have made us think that it was for us too. But we were just like, oh, I guess we skip this one and wait for 12. They made one for the girlies. Good for them, you know? Oh, you're a cameraman. Okay. I don't even know what I'm saying yes to. Why does every video feed look like this? They are all created in your ideal female image. They got you, Popsicle? Okay, I'm interested to hear from you. What, well, actually, let me ask a few clarifying questions first. Did you play Final Fantasy X-2, like, when it came out? Like, within the first couple of years of when it came out? And if so, if you can remember, what drew you in? What made you want to play it? Yep, this might have been the exact same year, actually, as Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Well, no, that was probably a few years later, because that was original Xbox? Well, no, wait, yeah, it was probably the same year. It turns out spheres are actually terrible for recording movies, yeah. They're both 2003, there we go. Yeah, what a wild time. Oh no, I already did that. I was gonna look at, okay, I think I've looked at all of these screens. Let's see where the boatman takes me. He said the docks, but I don't know what that means. Final Fantasy X-2 and Sailor Moon are your root cause of bisexual awakening. That's crazy. I believe it. I don't know how successful he's going to be with that punting pole. That is the skinniest punting... It looks like a piece of rebar. Oh, pardon me, Balloon Child. Wait. He just... What? He just... He just took me on a boat ride like 25 feet. Oh, wait. Wait, is this a completely different area? Hold on. Oh, okay. It was farther than I thought. I realize where I am now. Okay. It's like the front of town. They were like, we can't compete with beach volleyball. Yeah. You've met a handful of people who started with this one. You feel like it makes sense that this was the first one you remember seeing heavily in commercials? Yeah, because this was like right around the time that was starting to become a little bit more normal. And also they just had so much money at this time. Because I think Kingdom Hearts was probably the most heavily marketed video game ever at the time that it came out. I feel like it had to be. Because of the two companies behind it and like the time period. And it was like really, really unprecedented how much coverage that game got. We were talking about this at the top of the stream when we were kind of like building a picture for like how this game was originally viewed. And like, you could not escape the Kingdom Hearts commercial. It was everywhere. It was ridiculous. It wasn't just like on the cartoon channels. It was like, you know, you were seeing like Kingdom Hearts commercials after like the nightly news, you know, before your weather forecast. Like, it was everywhere. It was crazy. I remember hearing it on the radio in just audio form, like listening to the morning radio in the car when my mom was like taking me to the school and hearing frickin' Hikari Utada. Like, it was crazy. And I guess between how much money they made from Kingdom Hearts and how successful that was, they were like, let's do commercials for our games, because this was like arguably their next big game after Kingdom Hearts. I don't know if 11 or Kingdom Hearts came out first, but as I said earlier, I would contest and contend that 11 was not super heavily marketed, at least in comparison to these two games, because we barely knew it existed. I know Kingdom Hearts and 11 were both 2002. I'm just trying to remember like the month. I want to say 11 was probably a couple months before, and then, because wasn't Kingdom Hearts like September? Let's see. Oh no, oh that's Japan. Oh yeah, they were all in March. Came out in March. Wait, what? Why does this say, no, stop. Don't be stupid, Google. Okay, September. I was right. September of 2002. My memory is pretty good. Came out in Japan in March of 2002. September in North America. Which I think was after Final Fantasy XI. Let's see. Oh, okay, this makes a lot more sense. This makes a lot more sense. When we looked it up earlier, Final Fantasy XI said 2002, but that's the Japanese release date. America didn't get it until 2 years later, 2004. So this game did come out before Final Fantasy XI. I feel vindicated about our conversation earlier. Of course we weren't aware of Final Fantasy XI before this game came out, because it came out afterwards. And so we must have had those conversations then. Yeah, but B, those were the Japanese release dates. Yeah. So we got this game in America 10-2 before Final Fantasy XI. I feel so vindicated now, because I remember we were like, why isn't this game just called Final Fantasy XI? Because we didn't have the concept of like sequels aren't allowed or precedented, and it just seemed like this was the next one. Like, we didn't think it was weird that it was connected to an existing one, because we didn't have enough history with the series yet. So we thought it was so weird that it wasn't just Final Fantasy XI, and we didn't have enough like news cycle information to know that it already existed but it wasn't out yet, or that it was coming. You know, we didn't know that, at least initially. Okay, I feel better. We already saved here, but I'm gonna save again. Okay, I need to run another ad. This will be the last one of the day. I will be back in about 3 minutes, and then we'll get back to more. Yeah, the magazine, of course. Yeah, I was in the magazines and stuff, but like we didn't have those. Like we didn't get, like, I had one friend that had a magazine subscription, and for the most part, like, my friends and I didn't see that stuff. We would like buy a random magazine because we liked the cover and like look at it over and over and over, and then it would just go out of date. But we didn't have like consistent gaming news during this time in my like circle of friends. Like we didn't really know about stuff until it was out, because we didn't have internet, and we didn't have any magazine subscriptions, and that was like pretty much all you had to go on, and like hearsay. So we were very confused and uninformed about a lot of stuff, and that's why seeing the TV commercials for stuff like this and Kingdom Hearts were so important. Yeah, see, and I hadn't entered my forum era yet because we didn't have internet. We went through this whole timeline at the top of the stream. Once it was 2006, then I was in the gaming news pipeline. But pre-2006, you know, I was kind of like cast to the wind. Okay, back in 3 minutes. Guys, I don't know if it's going to happen for Yoshi. That was a real bad one, looking at the score. I didn't see most of it. 9-0 for Link. Link heard that Yoshi was plotting something with Ganon, and he is not having it. Still 2 more rounds to go before we switch characters, though. Maybe Yoshi can make something happen. He got stomped? Yeah, I believe it. The numbers indicate as such. All right, let's go back over here. Welcome back to the discourse zone. We're not saving again, though. Okay, so I walked here and I talked to a bunch of people, but nothing really happened. Am I missing anything? This is a really weird spot. I think I talked to everybody. Well, actually, I don't know if I've been over on the right side there. Yeah, we definitely went over there. How do I get over there? This is a nice little song. Man, I wish there was a precedent in the games industry for specific, like more specific liner notes on their soundtracks. Oh, here we go. Okay, but I can't go this way. Oh, we didn't go over here. Like I would love it so much. Oh, we did go over here. There's a chest I opened. I would love it so much if you could pull up a video game soundtrack and see, like, who wrote which song, you know, because oftentimes there's more than one composer. Who wrote which song, and who did the arranging, and who did the sound programming. If there are real musicians, I would like to know who played the instruments. You know, there's a precedent for that in popular music, but there is not a precedent for that in video game music. And even like the most high budget, high effort stuff, like, you know, Mario Kart World has this like amazing, beautiful soundtrack. It's like, oh my God. But even that, if you go try to look up the liner notes, it just says the composers, like a group of like 5 people, and then the musicians, it just says Mario Kart World Band, you know? It's like, give me more. Give me more. I want to know who wrote Great Question Block Ruins versus who wrote Mario Circuit, and then, you know, who wrote the horn parts, you know, because that was probably a different person than the composer, and who, you know, who did the string arrangements. I want to know who the guitar player is. Is it the same guy on all the songs, or is it some, you know, or is there a group of them? Like, I want to know all that stuff. And I'm sure that they just assume that most people don't care, which is probably true, unfortunately. It would just be nice if we could access that information. And I'm sure, like, for something like Mario Kart, I'm sure all that information is actually cataloged physically somewhere. But we can't access it. And I'm sure for most games that information is not recorded at all. And I think it would also like help kind of humanize some of these composers that we have on a pedestal. You know, because like there's a lot of people who are like, oh, Nobuo Uematsu composed the soundtrack for the first 9 Final Fantasies all by himself. What a god, what a machine. Well, it's like, well, he didn't really do that all by himself. There's a lot of other people that made that happen. And they'll do the same thing with Koji Kondo. You know, they're like, oh, Zelda has like 4 composers now, but Koji Kondo composed all the Zelda games up to Ocarina of Time by himself. It's like, well, no, not exactly. Not exactly. Also, like, Zelda 1 has like 4 songs in it. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. People don't realize how uninvolved Uematsu was with FF10. Yeah, he wrote like 4 songs, maybe, for Final Fantasy X. He wrote to Xanarkand. I think he did the battle theme, but I'm not certain. And then, like, 2 other songs, I think. Maybe. But yeah, he was like barely there. He was literally just there as like an honorific. Okay, now we have... Oh, Sateki Dane. There we go. Yeah. Steak, isn't it? I love that so much. Oh, another chest. Hold on. Hamauzu did most of this one. Yeah, I want to see... And that's the thing. I love seeing Noriko Matsueda on the credits list for this game, but I'm never going to find out which songs she wrote. I'd love to know. And yeah, Junya Nakano wrote a lot of the stuff for FF10, but like, which ones? Which ones were Junya Nakano and which ones were Hamauzu? I don't know. Somebody knows, right? Somebody's gotta know. They probably know. But even sometimes you can't rely on that. Okay, I feel like we're done there. I don't know if we're done there or not, but... Oh, and now they're like talking about something that we saw at that location. That's kind of cool. Is this not the map? This is not the map. Who's the map? Okay, you're reminding me what the story points are. Steer clear until you toughened up a bit. Okay, I see. Jem, welcome in. I'm so sorry. The bot is dead again. I'm not surprised. It hasn't even been that long since we reset it. That's ridiculous. Yeah, it's like if we don't have a redeem every like 15 minutes, it just dies and loses its connection. It goes to sleep or something. Which is not even supposed to be like a mechanic or a feature of the bot. I don't know what that was. VGMDB is your favorite source? Yeah, VGMDB is great, but it is extremely incomplete. Because VGMDB, like VGMDB is like Wikipedia. It's like a repository. Like, it only has information that it can get from somewhere else. You know, and it can like fact check it and collect it and compile it and like curate it, but they can't, you know, they can't go out and like, they can't go knock on Nintendo's door and be like, hey, give us the liner notes from Mario Kart World. You know, like Nintendo has to publish that list somewhere for VGMDB to be able to take it and make it more readily findable. So there has to be some kind of precedent set that's like, you know, desired or wanted by a significant amount of people. Here you go, Jem.
I don't believe you.
But VGMDB is great for like debunking a lot of misconceptions about soundtracks a lot of times. So it is nice for that. Okay, Luca is also a 1-star, so we'll go there next. Luca, City of Pleasure. Yuna-hungry crowds packed the stadium. What? But did they get what they paid for? The true story behind the music. Why are they Yuna-hungry? That doesn't make any sense. And yeah, that would be cool to know too, be like, if there's multiple composers on the soundtrack, it doesn't necessarily just mean that one person wrote some and one person wrote the other. There may have been stuff that Lennon McCartney'd together. And I would love to know that too. Oh, hey, Aranzo.
Lady Yuna, your concert was incredible!
Tom Kenny.
Would you sign this, please? Single file, no pushing. The Gullwings at your service.
Okay, and this is where it gets even more murky and confusing, especially for a new player.
Just an imposter.
Yeah.
The whole mess started with the garment grid. That's the invention invention that lets us harness the dress sphere's power.
Teach us how to blitz. Oh, we're getting a mission. Retrace Yuna's steps during her Imposters concert in Lucca. The truth is out there. Find it. Learn the whole story behind the concert. Please don't make this timed. It sounds like my mission is just going to be talk to everyone. God, that reminds me of the airship theme from Mario 3. Dun, 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 dun. Or wait, no, that's Death Mountain. Same composer, he quoted himself. That's like this, like that chordal voicing on the organ. It's like that's the same thing.
We chase the thieves all the way to Lucca.
Ba, ba, ba. That's such a good song. It's very atonal. More Tom Kenny.
Imposter's pretty popular.
I doubt anyone would believe ours is the real Yuna.
Not dressed like that.
I didn't
Dressed
ask
like
you to
what?
wear this.
It's the Moogle suit!
Whew, it's hot.
Yeah!
Finish this before Yuna passes out.
We'll be back in 2 shakes, so be a good Moogle, you hear?
Oh no! This is such an interesting, like, memento edit.
So it was up to Riku and Pain, which left
Hi, I'm an RPG character.
lay low and wait. And that's how I got stuck with the Gullwing's prized garment.
Garment.
I complained, but brother's orders are still orders.
Oh god. Yay, she's suffocating! I'm a Moogle! Look at me go! Alright, this game's okay, I guess. Wow, what a line. As far as I'm concerned, these young people are making too much of a ruckus. Just okay? This is amazing. The, like, flashback filter on this is a little much, though. I can't go up the stairs? Do I have to talk to all the running children? This kind of sounds like Mario Kart music. Except for this part. That's Mario 3 airship theme. I can't unhear it. Alright, I guess we just go back down. Yeah, the run is adorable. I like how Yuna's body language completely changes just because she's in a Moogle suit. She must take on the persona of a Moogle.
So what did you do after we left?
Why do they not know this story?
Top secret.
When is all this happening? What? She won't tell them?
Mommy, my balloon!
Oh, I thought she was calling Yuna mommy. That was really awkward for a second. What? Oh, they're form cutting back to the flashback. Okay. That was weird. What is that pose?
Oh, hurry up.
Who are you?
Get over here.
Wait, what? Oh, is this like a "you think I work here" moment?
Huh?
Inquisitive Moogle pose? Imagine being so Japanese that you're dying of heat stroke in a costume, but you must commit to personifying the character that you are cosplaying as above all else. We could only dream of the level of dedication required as Americans. Must be cute. Need water. But you must be as hot in that getup as I am in this. Okay, girl. Yeah, let's speak highly of ourselves, I guess. The High Summoner in a concert. Does she realize how brash that is? This is so weird how they're like... They're taking the, like, confusion intentionally put into the marketing spin of the game and then, like, making it world building. So, like, we're gonna make everybody who doesn't play the game think that Yuna's a pop star. And then the people who do play the game are going to see that everybody in the game thinks also that Yuna is a pop star. And then it's like the player's job to be like, no, actually, it's this random lady who inexplicably can transform to look just like Yuna, but isn't. Where am I supposed to go? I can't go in this door. Oh. What is this? Hello? We're about to go live? What are you talking about? What is this? Is that like a broadcasting booth with a roll-up window? What if car windows went up instead of down to open? And they like retracted into the ceiling or something. That would be so weird. Maybe I just need to talk to everybody? I thought I did, though. What's up with this blue balloon, by the way? Oh, that person's, like, filling it up. I see. Oh, yeah, you're the one who told me to come over.
Promote the concert, right?
Me? No, there must be some mistake.
Thanks, and hey, don't screw up.
Did I do it because I couldn't turn him down? Or because the conversation was over before I had the chance?
Balloon drive! Somehow you've managed to end up promoting your imposter's concert. Use X to hand out balloons to 10 people in the plaza and build up some buzz. How does... This is so absurd. Hey, you working the balloon stand, would you like a balloon? Here you go. Who doesn't want a hot balloon? How does this promote a concert?
Come see the concert, okay?
Okay. Hey, old lady, you want a balloon, right? What a, this, she said this'll make a lovely souvenir. Have you ever, do you know what balloons are? What's more fleeting than a balloon? I'll treasure this balloon always. It has the concert details on it? Yeah. Can I give these guys a balloon?
Go on, get one.
Why is she doing a voice? What living in a post-sin world does to a person? Yeah, they've just like rubber banded into the like most absurd like toxic positivity because of how bleak everything was before. Melamine lasts forever? Well, okay, sure, the skin of the balloon might last forever. Yeah, that's like our... Yeah, we've got all that in our bloodstream now. All the popped balloons, fragments that are in the ocean. Do you need a balloon? Do I look like someone who wants a balloon? Okay, how are you the first person to say that to me? And you get a balloon. And you get a balloon. Don't push it, puffball! There we go. There's a little more realistic energy. Okay, there's one more person somewhere. Where are they? You've already got one. You like seeing how cheery Spira and Yuna have become now that they aren't living in a constant fear of dying horrifically at the hands of a giant demon whale? I mean, sure. Sure. This can be what peacetime looks like in a universe, I suppose. Why does the game lag so much when I go over to that area? Who doesn't have a balloon? Oh, I see. Okay, the person who said don't push it, Puffball, is the person I already gave one to. We got a new garment grid for that? It's starting! What's starting? No idea.
The place was packed with people dancing! You think LeBlanc was enjoying herself?
Until she got hurt.
It's also weird that you could just skip this, apparently. This seems like so important to the plot to understand what happened here.
Concert's sold out. You can't go in.
I can't?
Definitely not. Go on, get out of here.
Definitely not.
Hey, we got some gate crashers. Must be those spear hunters. Yes, sir.
What?
Oh no.
Everybody has the superpower to change outfits instantly? Garment grids, not just for the girlies, apparently. Oh, we've got haste.
It's me.
It's me. You can skip so much of this game, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's really wild to think about. Okay, so I guess we're going to find out how Yuna became a collapsed Moogle. It's so funny that we found her not knowing who it was. So, okay, does that scene show if you don't find her, or is that unique? Oh, I know D. Holmes, but that's part of the problem, right? And it's required for 100%? Yeah, it's... I've heard 100% in this game is absolutely bonkers.
Looks like trouble.
Bro, what? Finally. Like, I'm sorry, but no one will ever convince me that Final Fantasy as a series was even close to this goofy before this game. Like, there's goofy stuff in all the games, but, like, this is on a completely different level. It's not even close.
I guess I was so glad to get out of that thing that I went a little nuts.
That explains the dancing.
Yeah, it's an extreme outlier. Oh my god, brother, calm down. She is your cousin.
So, this is my life now. We travel from place to place, and the days just seem to fly by. But sometimes, I find myself stopping.
Oh, don't worry, D. Holmes. I definitely don't think of it as a regular FF game. That will never happen. Yeah, it's a beach day anime episode. Exactly. Exactly. No other FF games start in a world where the big bad is already defeated. I mean, that's a good point, but also circles back to the need to exist conversation. Yeah, exactly, SNES. Like, I don't agree, Shane. You're not the only one to say this, by the way. It's a very common opinion. But I don't agree that Final Fantasy V is a comedy. Just because it's more comedic than other Final Fantasy games, I think it's easy to slap that label on it. But it's still a serious story at its core. Like, the world is being destroyed. You're trying to stop it. There's tons of levity. But, like, to say that the level of absurdism is even close to this, I think is not a gap you can bridge. Not a gap you can build a bridge across. Okay, so we're done with that. We don't actually get to go there. We just like experience some flashback. It has serious moments, but moments are much rarer than the comedy scenes. No one has to agree with my takes for now. I mean, yeah, I guess if we really wanted to be pedantic and split hairs, we could go through every scene of Final Fantasy V and decide, okay, is this a funny scene or is this a serious scene? And then we could like make a tally and see how the breakdown, you know, comes out. But I think for me it comes more down to what is the basis of the game? Like, what is the elevator pitch of the game? And the elevator pitch of Final Fantasy V's story wouldn't be, oh, they're a bunch of goofy little guys going on an adventure and getting into shenanigans and hijinks. You know, the elevator pitch for the plot would be, the crystals have been destroyed, the world is in imbalance, you have to find the crystals to restore balance to the world and stop the person who's behind, you know, perpetuating it or making it happen again or whatever. You know, that would be the boilerplate for the plot, which is like inarguably a serious premise. And even though the presentation of the game is extremely lighthearted, there's still the foundation of like pretty similar to the other Final Fantasy games. How's it going, Sam? How you doing? Thank you for the congrats. It does feels good, man. No, it's not wrong that you think that sounds fun, Shane. It sounds like a spreadsheet waiting to happen. No, absolutely, Lee. And I was trying to get there. Like, this game could turn out to be more serious than I think. You know, we haven't played it yet. We're gonna see it all. We're gonna find out. But if it isn't obvious already, my doubts take the form of a fortress against that theory. Okay, so we've been to Kilika, we've been to Luca. I guess I'm kind of interested to see what happens if we go back. Mission complete. It may be off-season for Blitz, but there are signs of another sport taking root in the streets of Luca. Okay, so we can go back. I'm not sure looking forward to that would make things better. Yeah, that's a good point too, D. Holmes. I'm not trying to set too many expectations because I already know more about this game than I would typically like for a first playthrough. Oh, another scene.
The Mihen High Road, where Crusaders once marched toward battle with Sin, while travelers fled from its shadow. I walked this road too, on my pilgrimage to Xanarkand. And you walked by my side. It was a journey filled with laughter.
We all remember that moment. What is this robot doing? I bet you're dying to hear all about today's high road. Nope. Yeah, let's hear about it. Once upon a time, Chocobo was the only way to go when traveling the high road. But what of the Chocobo hunting fiends and the steady increase in Albed Machina in these parts? You guessed it, as more and more travelers turned to hovers for their transportation needs, Chocobos gradually became a rare sight, changing the face of the high road. On a hover, you can quickly and safely reach your destination. What's more, the travel agency has installed Sentry Machina along the high road, which ensure your safe passage. Well, that's the gist of it. Take a look around and see for yourself. So I'm assuming that means there's no battles here, and they're explaining why you can't have a Chocobo. But it looks like I can walk around if I want to. Oh, there are battles. Okay. That is an Iron Giant. That is a lot of damage. And I don't think I can flee. So we might just be dead here. Because Riku hasn't learned flee yet.
Kiss me.
Why would you say that, Pain? Okay, let's just keep doing Power Break over and over and over. Hopefully we can stack that. Maybe we can get Unit back up. He's missing a lot. That's nice. I want Scan. Nope, she died again. Okay, let's try Sentinel. Maybe he'll stay away from her for a sec. Nope. Well, actually, it hasn't gone off yet. Let's try that one more time. Okay, he's aggroing her. Okay. Sentinel, please. Oh my god, this sucks, dude. And I can't run. Okay, hopefully you're weak to lightning.
I'm gonna miss you.
Okay, we might be okay now. Okay, not weak to lightning. Okay, I need Pain to tank up here. Good. Okay, defense up, please.
May as well let loose.
Let's try ice. Sometimes big things are weak against ice. Maybe you're weak against magic? Ice is no good. Okay, cool, he's gone. I've never heard anything about the After Years that made me want to play it. I definitely need to play After Years at some point. I feel like there's no way it could be as bad as everyone says it is, but if it is as bad as everyone says it is, I want to see it. Because holy moly. The one thing it does right is make Edward and Edge much cooler, but other than that, it does everything else so wrong. Okay, I feel like these enemies are gonna be like way too strong.
Do I hear thunder?
They're doing a lot of damage. Yeah, exactly. It's not fun to hear about a train wreck, but it's fun to see one. It is bad, you only played half of it. I believe you. But yeah, I kind of just need to see for myself, you know? How are you so high up in the sky like that? Freaking die. This thing has more HP than the frickin' Iron Giant. It is bad, but play it. I mean, I have it, right? I might as well. If someone was really evil, they could commission it for a stream game. Which would be hilarious. How much health do you have? My god. Try to get some money while I'm here.
Nature's wrath, strike my foe.
You played FF4 and you liked it, but it's not one of your favorite FFs. Probably doesn't help that you played it after FF6. So it felt like a big step back in storytelling. I love Final Fantasy IV. I feel like Final Fantasy IV is like the quintessential formula establishing Final Fantasy. Like, yes, it's simple and straightforward, and it leans on tropes, but like, I would say to its strengths. I think it holds up really well too. I know some people wouldn't agree, but I haven't been paying attention to how much ability points I'm getting, but it doesn't seem like a lot. I also feel like I'm not playing very well because I have everybody locked into the same thing all the time, but just bear with me. I feel like I'm being discouraged from going this way, so let me grab a hover here. You could enjoy seeing a train wreck, but maybe not playing an entire JRPG of one. Oh, great, a flan. Let's get rid of this wolf first. Steal from the flan. You might be weak against thunder. Probably not, though. But probably has lower magic defense than physical. So we'll just keep doing that. And then maybe fire?
Do I hear thunder?
Man, when a game has couldn't steal and nothing to steal as two separate things, I'm so happy. Never seen an RPG scream Y2K more than this game. Yeah, it's really something, isn't it, Mr. Popsicle? I would say it screams early aughts more than it screams Y2K, but I guess it's kind of the same thing. That Venn diagram is almost a circle. Oh, this is a fast travel. Okay, so you can't just like drive around on something that turns encounters off. I see. So if we want to go through here, we have to deal with the enemies. Well, let's do it. What else are we going to do? Actually, what I need to do is very quickly... I need flee. I'm gonna farm ability points for flee really quick while I'm close to a save point, so that I don't get stuck in like a really powerful battle. FF3 has a surprising number of first-time introductions for the franchise. Yeah, it does have quite a few. And we'll do darkness, I guess. This plant is probably weak against fire.
I'm gonna miss you.
Yep. But one's not enough. Okay, Yuna needs a potion. Okay, there's armor break. A car door has shut. Alert the masses. The lady has come home. You like to change your dress spheres after every boss. Use a random list generator to decide, so that you're stuck with whatever the RNG gives you. That could be a fun way to play. Okay, I forgot to look how much HP or AP I just got. But Flea was at 0, so that'll be easy to see. So we got 4 AP for that. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, good guard dogs. Sometimes. They have the shotgun approach of being guard dogs. Well, if I bark at everything, I'll definitely bark at the right things. That's their strategy. Okay, let's get rid of this plant really fast so that we're not pincered. I could see myself potentially enjoying this game more in wait mode, because I think I would think more about changing. Am I getting statused? Why are these potions not going off? I guess I could also just try decreasing the battle speed. That might be good too. Like, this is a manageable battle speed from just like a non-technical standpoint. But when you're trying to like think about a couple different things at once, like the dress sphere thing is very strategic, and when things are strategic, I want to go slow. I like the little thing in the top right, though, that tells you that the timer is stopped on everybody's ATV. That's kind of nice. But I like the speed when I'm just, like, attacking, you know? It makes the battles go by really fast. It's very satisfying. So I'm gonna try to stick with it on the default setting and just see if I can get good, as it were. Okay, have we learned Flee yet? We need one more. Okay, so I can just hit this to heal. Alright, let's learn Flee. And then that may actually be our stopping point for today. I'm just gonna fast play this. There we go, we learned Flee. And I can immediately use it. But wait, does it replace item? I don't see the item command for Riku anymore. Oh, it's just... Okay, you can scroll down. Got it. Might be kind of nice to have item above Flee, but... Oh well. Maybe that's customizable? Probably not. 5 potions, though. Pretty amazing how quickly we're picking those up. Okay, back to abilities. So we can run away from stuff, so I feel safer venturing away from this save point. That Iron Giant kind of scared me. Yeah, I think First Strike is good. What is everybody else on? Magic Break. Delay Attack. Oh man, that's a lot of AP, but that's a really good ability. And then Yuna is working on Slow Dance and Pot Shot. Okay, yeah, that seems fine. Okay, we're going to save here, and then this is going to be it for today, because it's about time for me to sign off, and I don't want to get into the next big thing. So it has begun. We're here. It has started. Final Fantasy X-2 is real. It has been acknowledged. We will reckon with it for the next however long. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time with more of this, 11:30 Central, and going for the same amount of time. We'll see what we can get into. I wasn't expecting the non-linearity and the training wheels being off happening so right out of the gate. That's very surprising. I don't have a problem with it. It's going to be interesting to mess around with. And I'm going to have to allow myself to let curiosity guide me and not get too stuck on like, well, where am I supposed to go? It seems like that's pretty well staked out. So I'm pretty happy with that. Glad to see some random 10-2. Yeah, I know what you mean, but it's not so random. This has been a long time coming. What else do I have to say? I have quite a few things to announce, but I don't know if I want to announce them right now. Well, I teased one earlier. There's going to be a... Come here, Gobi. Come lay down. There is going to be, at some point, to be announced, a Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy crossover cards opening stream. It's going to be fun. I'm hoping by the Monday update. Every Monday I do a post in the Discord server that tells you what to expect for the week. I'm hoping by Monday I will have that figured out as to like when that's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to be like a special stream or during a normal stream time. I haven't decided yet. But that's going to happen, and I'll announce it soon, possibly on Monday. I'm still working on how the tactical RPG bracket is going to work. I have this whole playthrough to figure that out, so I'm not in a huge rush. Just know that I'm working on it. Tactics VODs are done. I have finished timestamping all of the Tactics VODs. I have made the additional resources that are going to go along with them, which is just my notebook digitized into a Google Doc and a spreadsheet that has a key, if you will, that corresponds with the timestamps. And then the last thing I have to do is I'm going to make a little like instructional welcome video that basically will tell people how to engage with the playthrough in different ways if they want to. Like if somebody wants to see me do a certain battle, how to find that in, and know what VOD it's in and what timestamp to go to. If they're not interested in seeing me do the whole playthrough and they just want to see me do like a specific fight or certain fights, how to do that. It's going to explain my philosophy behind the timestamping and how people can use that in different ways to watch the playthrough how they want to. If they only want to see battles, if they only want to see like my story analysis, chatting type stuff, or just if they want to be able to skip the ad breaks and times when I'm away from the microphone. All of those things can be accomplished with the timestamps that I've made. I've gone above and beyond with them. It took a very long time, but now I'm caught up, and I'm going to be doing a new thing with the VODs where every week I'm going to timestamp the 2 RPG VODs from that week. So I'll be doing that for the first time with this series. And that way, when this game is done, I can immediately start uploading VODs because all the timestamps will be done. That's what takes me so long, is going through the VODs and putting in the timestamps. I feel really compelled to do that. Even though I receive absolutely zero feedback on whether or not people use them, and nobody really watches the VODs anyways, I still feel compelled to do it. It just feels weird just uploading a VOD with nothing. Because I'm not going to edit them. I'm not going to take the time to edit them and trim out stuff. Because that would take me a million times longer than doing the timestamps. And even the timestamps take a really long time. So Tactics VODs will start uploading on Monday. That'll also be in the Monday announcement in Discord. And I think the other thing that I have to announce, I'm going to wait to talk about probably until Tuesday. I will announce it in the Monday update. That'll be the first that you're all going to hear about it. And then, sorry, a dog is chewing on something and I got to make sure it's a good thing. And it is. Yeah, better to have them available than not at all, for sure. I agree with that. And I think the VODs really are mostly there just for me to have something I can point to on the off chance that someone was like, what games have you streamed? Or what are your streams like? Even though that's never happened. I don't really expect people to discover me on YouTube, and I'm not trying to like grow my channel or anything. It just feels like they should be somewhere, I guess. Like, I have all these VODs on hard drives. What am I going to do with them? And I like the idea of at least getting like all of my RPGs up there. And I'm finally caught up, so I feel like it behooves me now. Like, I only have to timestamp 2 VODs a week and just stay caught up, which is very reasonable. Whereas with Tactics, I had to timestamp 27 VODs over the course of like 3 weeks, and it was a slog. But now it's done, and I'm happy about it. So that's coming. Magic the Gathering stream event is coming. If you're not in the Discord, I'll probably talk about it on stream. You don't have to join the Discord, but I give a little news update every Monday with the schedule for the week and any other like life updates, off-stream updates, etc., things like that. Cool news and whatnots. That's all I have for now. Let's find someone to raid and get the heck out of here. Thank y'all for hanging out and yapping with me today. Holy crap, my phone is exploding. Because I haven't picked it up in like 2 hours. Brack. I gotta fix this dang bot. It's making me so disappointed. I worked so hard to make this bot do all the things that it's supposed to do.
I'll be careful.
You'll be dead!
That's my Luke Skywalker in that scene is my bot, and I'm Ponda Baba or Doctor of Ozin, whichever one that guy is. Thank you, Brack. You'll be dead, bot. Exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and migrate everything over. It's gonna suck though. It's gonna take me a long time to figure out which one is gonna be the right one, and then to actually do the work is also gonna take forever. And I'm not looking forward to it, which is why I've stubbornly stuck it out for so long. Where are we going today? Dave Matthews Band. Lots of cool people on, as usual. How brave am I feeling today? I don't think I'm feeling brave enough for that. Or that. I can't decide. I'm torn between like 3 different people. I don't want to raid someone else playing 10-2. I'm not usually the type to look in the category of the game I'm streaming, just because that's so dicey. It only works if I'm playing a game that I really, really know, which is like never. You know, I can do that when I play an Ocarina of Time or something. Or actually, wait a second. Let me take a look at this really quick. Oh, nope. Nope, we're not going there. Alright, we'll just raid Karkala. She's playing Mario 3, which is a rare treat of a type of game for her to be playing. And I love Mario 3, so let's do that. Let's go over here really quick, and then we can hit this button. Thank you all for joining me today. I gotta fix my bot. But I'll be back tomorrow with 10-2 and the same broken bot, because there's no way I'm going to be able to do that all tonight. That'll be a weeks-long project that I'll have to start working on. Thank you for joining me today, especially those of you that were here for the first, 2 hours of the stream where all I did was yap and talk about my history with this series, but I felt like it was important to set those boundaries, especially for, the odd chance that somebody experiences this in VOD land. We're going to get into more of it tomorrow, see what we can do, and then on Tuesday we will be continuing Star Fox. We have routes 2 and 3 to get through. If we get through that, we'll go into Star Fox 2. and then more of this Thursday and Friday as well. But for now, let's go say hi to Karkala, and y'all be good. See you tomorrow. The raid message is Cinnamon Toast Crunch.